Hello, everybody. We'll start in 1 minute. I'm just giving some time so people can join in. Okay, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Bonjour. Hello. Guten Tag. Welcome, everyone, to the second edition of Valo Fest. It has been a tremendous year for everyone, from a product perspective, from even a human perspective with the pandemic. And I think we all deserve to get some knowledge from real world experts coming here and sharing that with you. My name is Gökhan Özepsi, and today I'll be your host. So my face and my voice, you will hear it so much today, and I really hope that you won't get exhausted by me because we have a great amount of speakers coming, joining in today, sharing their valuable knowledge, sharing their expertise today, and so you can learn a lot and hopefully apply this in your real work. Valo, why does actually Valo do that Valo Fest every year and bring that valuable knowledge to you? Is because we want to become the world's leading and the most valuable digital workplace product suite on the Microsoft ecosystem or platform. Honestly, we want to be the best. We want to be the intranet solution, the digital workplace solution that you, your customers, your partners are using, loving, and saying loudly that you guys are proud of. So that's our mantra, that's our motto, and I really hope that after this event, you would be saying like, oh my gosh, Valo, that's so great. So before starting with the few slides I have to show you, like the know before you go, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, partners, for being here and presenting with us. Thank you, customers, for being and actually using and loving that much Valo solutions. Thank you, community. Thank you, the SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, the Microsoft community to helping and supporting us. And delegates, attendees, people who have actually maybe never heard about Valo, but still want to come and see and hear about what Valo is doing. Thank you, grazie, merci, teşekkürler, salam, in any language. Thank you so much for being here with us. Valo. A lot of Valo experts in the team. I didn't really count, but I think we're more than 60 experts on the team with 6 MVPs, and a tremendous amount of people joined during the last Valo Fest. And we're all here to boost your business. So after the event, if you still have questions or want to know anything about our products or about these sessions or anything about the digital workplace related, not only Valo, but also out of the box or even something else, we're all here to help you. And we are all available for you, for your business to boost. But, well, you have some key people in your region, especially for EMEA. We have Nora Hakkarainen, Juha Koivula, and Sami Kaski, and you have their email address, you have their LinkedIn links. Please reach to them. They are always available for you. They can always reach them, ask your questions, check with them, or you can even get an email from them. So don't be scared if you see your lovely Nora or handsome Sami or Juha, which is actually our new chief sales officer, which is based in Montreal. But those are the key people. And yes, me as well. You can always contact me as well, Gökhan, and I can definitely help you out if you would have any questions about the event or even outside the event. The know before you go, and I think that's the most important slide for today. There is only one URL to remember, which is the valointranet.com/eventsall/ ValoFest Digital Workplace Conference, or just go to Bing or Google and hit ValoFest, and you will directly come to the first link where you can see the agenda, where you can see all the information necessary that you would think that's important for you on the website. Second, the social media channels. We have a lot of social media platforms that we are managing and making a lot of noise. On Twitter, it's at Valo Intranet. On Facebook, Valo Intranet, and on LinkedIn, Valo. Extremely easy to remember. Please follow us. Please do share everything that you will see. And if you want to make a chance on winning a swag, please use the Valo hashtag, because if you use the Valo hashtag on a Twitter with a picture, with a photo, with a slide that you have seen or something valuable that you have taken from the event, please don't hesitate to share this on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. And at the end of the event, well, we'll be announcing the winner after the event on our social medias. So a random hand, I think mine, will choose between all of those tweets, Facebooks, and LinkedIn posts, and we will say, okay, this one is really cool, and that's going to be your winner. So only one hashtag, ValoFest, and I'm really looking forward to all the pictures, slides that you guys are going to take and post on social media. One rule, don't be shy, ask questions. We know the live events are not that easy to have interaction with our panelists, but hopefully, and with a big chance, we have a tons of moderators being in the backstage, and they will all actually check your questions and ask them to the speaker, and even unmute themselves and try to figure out what's the best way to reply to you. So please don't be shy. There is no stupid question. All questions are valuable and we want to get them. If there is something that you don't get, or if you want to ask a question, please don't hesitate and use the Q&A section in the live event and ask any question you have. Our goal is to boost your business and empower your distributed workplace. So today's mantra, today's set is, we will help you with your business and empower everyone which is using Teams or any other platform for a distributed workplace. Our aim is to welcome you in the Valo family, because we are a big family. 2 million of users, 250 partners, a bunch of friends in the Microsoft community. Even if you're not a partner or a customer, just a delegate, welcome to our family. We are so big that we actually want to have everyone in our family. And as I mentioned, the gifts will be announced at the end of the event on our social media. The slides, videos, and all of the material will be made available for delegates. So no worries, you will get an email from us with the slides, with the videos, with anything you want to have, and you can always check it offline. This is the agenda. This is a very, and it's the first time I'm seeing so much qualified people speaking today at the ValoFest EMEA. We'll start the day with Ilkka Halava with the keynote, and then we will continue with Suzie Robinson, Lee-Bourke, Harri Mikkanen, Brando Louhivaara, Justin Short, and Ben Short, which is our tremendous partners from the UK. And finally, we will have a wrap up with Allison Maguire, and hopefully at 3 p.m. CET we'll be done with the event. So that being said, the final slide I have is to show is that we actually really do take care of our planet. We actually love so much our planet. And we said, like, okay, on honoring the Earth Day on April 22nd, which is tomorrow, we have gifted early registrants, a virtual tree to plant via Reforest Action. So please, if you were one of the first registrations on our event, use that code and plant a tree. This is good for us, this is good for Valo, this is good for our planet. We want to be extremely neutral on the carbon, so please help us having a better world. That being said, a big thank you for being there. A big thank you for listening to me for 10 minutes. Now, my producer will now take me off the screen, will launch a little break, take your coffee, take your tea, and then within 5 minutes, we'll be back with your lovely keynote from Ilkka Halava.
Valo, the world's most lovable digital workplace. Valo Intranet. Embrace internal communication and interaction with Valo's modern, visual, and social intranet. Valo Connect. Bring all your network digital workplace tools and software solutions into Microsoft Teams. Valo Ideas. Build your dream workplace by empowering your organization to ideate and co-innovate. Valo Teamwork. Organize your digital collaboration with easy access to digital teamwork tools through a single dashboard. Valo Extranet. Organize and manage your external users' access to various Microsoft 365 resources with a single dashboard. Valo. Fall in love with your digital workplace.
Okay, I think that was great. A 1-minute break for everyone, and I really hope that everybody could get his coffee, his tea, and is relaxed to follow the following keynote, the Fast Decade of Work, actually presented by Ilkka Halava, a futurist, a tremendous futurist, Foresight coach, and TEDx speaker. So everyone, give a warm applause, even if you're home. Thank you, Ilkka, for accepting me our keynote, and I'm really looking forward to your keynote. So my producer, if you can take me off and share the screen of Ilkka, unmute Ilkka, and let's all listen to the keynote of Ilkka and see what we can learn from him today.
Okay, well, questions first. Can you see my presentation? I can't see that at the moment.
No, Ilkka, we need for you to share your desktop first.
Sorry?
We'll need you to share your desktop first. I can only see Kokan's desktop in the queue to be presented.
So I could not follow you, but can I?
Okay, there we go.
Can I have my presentation here?
Yes.
Have some technical problems, but they will be over soon. But let's see.
Yeah.
Why is it not like?
If you click on the present.
Sharing it. There it is. There it is. It should be there. Can you see it now?
Yes, Ilkka, we do see you're good to go.
Okay, excellent. And thank you so much for having me here. Truly love this opportunity of sharing some thoughts and ideas and experiences from Finland. As you might know, Finland is the country where we actually see ourselves as a kind of a test lab for the whole world. This is a small organized country with high education level and stuff that actually can serve as a mini lab for several areas of life, and that's why we tend to think that in small scale we have to kind of try everything out and try to anticipate the change also in the Nordics in a way that well, as an open country and an open area that could invite the big players to do something with us. So let me start by saying something about this disruption. Naturally, the pandemic is something that we are discussing, and that's the kind of #1 topic everywhere. But maybe it just shouldn't, because the disruption era we have now, some some decades here, 20, 30 years from now, we are seeing major changes. We are seeing big things. And I think we have underestimated the power of data and artificial intelligence together as a power to shape nations, to kind of, in my thinking, creating three highways that countries have to choose from. And those three highways would be super control, super consumption, and super society. And the basic idea is that super control is something that we have seen, evolving in China, where we have seen the great change created by the social credit system, where basically you have a whole kind of digital nation, but the idea basically that you are given some amount of points, and when you do good things you get more points, and when you do bad things you get less points. This has also been really shocking. That's true, but I think we have not kind of noticed that part of that development is that whenever these kind of systems have been created, they are creating the security level to the nation that people actually want. So that would be the plus side. The second thing is that we have seen so far that the possibility of getting some plus points in that system actually creates something that we have seen in Finland for some 50 or 60 years ago, when the whole village kind of helped each other. And that's from a futurist perspective really interesting. So we should see the super control highway as one option and try to pick up the good things from that highway. The second highway is super consumption, which means basically that naturally our gadgets and Google and everything is trying to follow us and try to understand what we are wanting to do, what we are trying to do, what we are trying to buy, or what our interests are. The thing is that if you go this highway for some time, you will see eventually that this means the end of traditional advertising, because who needs advertising when you really can just say aloud some keywords, and then suddenly you can see in your feed all the the offerings that you need to have. Now many of the systems in different societies actually are based on advertising money, so we should be aware that it will not take long before we have a crisis in there. But basically this means that again we will have a really fast decade. We will see that if we need to have something, then we just say something out loud and we have the offerings. We can really enter the zero friction society. Now the third, yes,
with Gökhan here, could you please hit on the presenter mode on PowerPoint so people could see it on full screen? It's that one, please. That one, yeah.
Is that good? Okay.
That's
perfect.
Is that better? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. Now the next thing, the third highway is super society, and that would be the Nordic choice, where Finland really wants to be one of the pathfinders, where we try to kind of create a society which is citizen-driven, where actually the public sector owns data flows, it owns data banks, it owns data big time, but it also gives access to that data to private sector companies, which based on agreements can use that data in order to create something good for everyone. Now that's the reason why we also have in Finland, we have all the kind of major medicine companies. We have lots of big major players that are creating something and testing that in Finland. And one of the reasons is that for example, health data started to, the data bank was created in 1988 already, where we have like really huge amount of data and a great period of time, so that we can see what's happening when something new has been tried out. But the thing is that well, I see that some kind of a social credit system will be placed in and present in every Western country before the end of 2040. To some extent, we will see a kind of a change in the ideas that if we can use data, then we can stop guessing. And that will still be one of the greatest thing in order to kind of save the planet. And that's why we should not kind of only have a total fear towards a digital control, but we should instead think of how to use it well. And that will be the Nordic idea. Now, if we look at the fast decade of work, we will see lots of things which will be giving impetus to various aspects of life. Well, one of the things will be cryptocurrencies. My beloved colleague Thomas Frey just a couple of years ago expected that a quarter of national currencies will be replaced by 2030 by some cryptos. And look what we got just a couple of days ago. We had the announcement from China that they will go for yuan, and this will let's say change the game. Now the uncertainties surrounding Bitcoin, Ethereum, all those possibilities, all those, I think 800 major cryptos will now decrease, and we will see some, let's say, fast moving retail solutions definitely here. Anyway, I feel that governments also should be aware and start to understand that the shape of the nation will be changed by data and artificial intelligence. Well, there are lots and lots of interesting things when you talk about digitalization as a whole, but still those two will be shaping nations. And I was kind of interested to see that the Emirates, that's the first government with a minister for AI, and I think there's a point here. There's a great point. Now, talking about fast, what other things are the kind of elements for making this decade fast? I think one of the greatest things that media kind of didn't kind of acknowledge when writing about SpaceX and their rockets is that one of the biggest lessons learned, I think, is that actually SpaceX could deliver the whole project with just 10% of price, actually with 90% cost reduction compared to NASA. Now, if we think of NASA, we would definitely not say that it's an old-fashioned office somewhere. It's definitely not. It's a brilliant place doing brilliant things, research, experiments, but still SpaceX could disrupt the whole process by doing something in a really different way, which means that now we have the possibility of getting up to space pretty much like with an elevator, and getting raw materials from other planets if needed. But the thing is that instead of going to space once, we can now go kind of 10 times and make it something which is more like normal thing, not something which is kind of pre-planned and taking care with the really long project. If we look at traveling, we should also understand that one of the things that we have seen is a really huge growth in international flights from 25 million in 1950 to over 1 billion international flights. But there's an end to that. And if we look at the summer 2020, we can now understand that only, let's take Zoom only. Zoom is market capitalization is bigger than the 7 big ones together, if you take all the airline companies, which kind of changes our thinking. We, especially in Finland, think that we are not in the center, we are in a periphery. Now we are in a world where no one is kind of not in the center. In the digital world, now we have to understand that flying to places is a secondary option. So whenever we do something, we should look at the data flows from different countries, for example, and try to understand that this means a change in thinking. Now that same thing is happening in finance sector. PayPal and Square Payment are now larger than Bank of America and Goldman Sachs. We have had some respect to certain kind of branches, and we were thinking that they are slow movers, that they are the ones that where nothing is happening fast. That's so wrong. It really does. Now, one of the I think most interesting things is to look at what's happening with the internet. In my thinking, books were the first internet. Books were the first media that actually could deliver the same text and same pictures to people around the world in the same format. Now, the internet that we have now is the second internet with everything digitally connected, which also means that everything is like copied and overcopied and copied to extremes. But the third internet, based on blockchain type of technologies, means that we will have, or we started to have, digital uniqueness. And I think this is a tremendous jump and a kind of a major point in history now. When Beeple, the artist Beeple, sold his work Crossroad, which is a digital piece of art, with the price of 5.5 million euros. It just means that now, since something can be digitally unique in the NFT world, it just simply means that we will have digital production wherever we have kind of laptops, wherever we have cameras. We can now start to create things that you don't have to travel to see the Mona Lisa in Louvre, Paris. But this is a world where everything unique comes to you, but you're not copying it. One of the big things also during last decade, let's say this is my interpretation, but if we look at retailers in the world, and especially US, you can see that actually Amazon tripled its turnover in a highly competitive market. Now, what does this actually mean? From the beginning, I tried to say that Amazon, in my thinking, is not a kind of a retail chain. Is a kind of an organization that understands that there will always be production, there will always be people using products, but retail itself doesn't have a right to live in between if it doesn't kind of help these two in order to connect themselves. Now, from my point of view, I think Amazon is actually trying to kind of replace the whole retail system. And I think this is amazing. This is something that is totally unexpected, especially the size of the growth here. Now, what we also saw last year in 2020, which is a year that we'll definitely remember for many reasons. But the thing is that we saw first time that the penetration rate of digital services in several countries, in several areas, reached 100%. Now, 100% means that we don't have these kind of older generations anymore that are kind of not reached with the services, that don't have the equal right to get to the services. But instead, we have the situation that 100% of people can reach the services, and now the cities, for example, around the world, naturally, but also in Finland last summer, they realized that, okay, we have offline infrastructure and we have online infrastructure, and we have to kind of develop them naturally so that they can be combined in a very neat way, but also they have to work by themselves. They have to be independent also, and especially seeing the online infrastructure has been a challenge, but we have to do that. We have to develop a really strong infrastructure there too. Now, in 2020, before pandemia, every company learned that they are a tech company. In 2021, every company is a healthcare company too. So we understood and realized now that okay, everything is where we kind of put people together. We have a healthcare issue. We have to take it seriously. We have to understand our role there. Now, if we look at generally what's happening with the value change, understanding that we had some rough ride here, like Carmen Reinhardt says. We had first the finance crisis in 2008, 2009. Then we had Brexit, US-China trade war, and then we got COVID, which means that all the countries seem to be having some kind of an off-grid plan at the moment. So, meaning that if you look at value change of different products, if you take a single kind of chocolate bar, Etla in Finland calculated that in creation of this chocolate bar, there are 500 players doing something for that neat little chocolate bar. Now the value change are cut and reshaped, and they are taken closer to the companies, preferably inside the borders if possible. But now it's not being the cheapest, but being controlled the best, where the value chain can be actually seen well and controlled, and again we can increase the speed, we can increase the safety there. But as globalization takes hit, every single country is having a kind of an off-grid agenda, and keeping in mind that 75% of all international trade is within companies. It also means that kind of free space of doing everything in the international market is not that big. The next disruption is there to be seen, and it comes in a couple of years latest, and it's coming with the 5G networks. The 5G network coverage in Finland in the biggest cities will possibly be 100% already in 2023, but latest 2025, which means that we will see lots of autonomous logistics, traffic. We see lots of autonomous systems being set up, and this definitely means a lot in countries like Finland, where we have like great distances. We have we have smaller population. Well, not even half of London population, but still the country is bigger than the Great Britain. So it means that the distances are long. So in a country like this means that now we will go after the distances and do something specific there. This is also an era where we should understand that something really big is happening here again at the same time. This is the time where production will be distributed, where we don't kind of see that you know that only big is beautiful. We start to see that we can rearrange the way we produce things. Production is coming back from Asia to Europe, to Finland, to United States. It doesn't come at the same way. If you have a factory, you most likely don't have that much people there. They're highly autonomous units, but then you have 3D, mainly additive manufacturing. But the key learning here is that uniqueness is not more expensive anymore than repetition, and repetition is not cheaper than variation. Which means that at the moment we are already in a place that if I want to have a shirt, you know, tailored to me, having all the nice details that I want from Nordic Shirt, I can have it with lower price than the local market selling something which is kind of bulk and not fitting myself, and actually cheaper than from the market. So what we should take a closer look at is the AM logic, which I think everyone has to understand, because this means a great disruption again. Look at this flow channel structure here. This is a kind of a industrial item. And what happened when we could actually design the whole product in a way that actually the flow requires? Normally we use, you know, direct pipe. If you take copper pipe, we are used to bending it, you know, 90 degrees. And there are lots and lots of material that is kind of shaped in a way that it should not kind of disturb the actual flow. So we are not serving the flow, but we are actually doing some kind of twisting so that all the material that we actually don't need could fit into different kind of, well, motors, factories and stuff. But the thing is that when we reshaped this flow channel item, we could see that AM end results meant 85% less weight and material too. 70% smaller loss of power, 25% improved flow number of parts from 7 to 3, and 30% cost save. Now, a couple of things. This means that actually, if we could produce things like this flow channel item here, we could actually see that the reduction of the used materials is exactly what we need to save the planet. We could do the same thing, you know, doing and performing better with less material, less raw material. But we should also see here that if you look at what's really important is to understand that whenever humankind is looking for more speed, for more power, for more productivity, and we kind of give the actual phenomena the right to take the shape it needs, it will follow the way nature does it. So if you look at these parts, you can see that they resemble the veins we have, you know, where the blood circulates. So the future is not like more robotic or more kind of Blade Runner thing. It's more like nature. It eventually is. And why it's fast, why it's faster again, is kind of obvious. It's because we can shift from the upper process to the process here in the bottom. It's fast, it's simple, it's straightforward, it gives you exactly what you need. We have to understand that the existing production and retail system we have, it's actually a massive guessing machine where everything is kind of produced and planned, produced, distributed, and then sold. And we have to go big time to a system where everything is only pre-planned, then it's sold, then it's produced. And this is the thing that the planet actually needs. Now, what do people think, younger people especially? No backstage generation, I think, is a really elegant way of making us think about the younger generations. Now, why they need to have a fast decade? It's quite obvious, and one of the, let's say, major research findings in last decade, in the end of it, was this 2017 result that only less than 30% of younger generations value democracy as an essential value. Now, what is this holding? What is this telling us? It's telling us that democracies are starting to get slow. They are actually slow in reacting towards the request. What the planet actually now needs. It needs to have speed. It needs to have reduction, change, disruption. And can democracies actually deliver? No. They are slow. They fight over various small things, and then you have some non-democratic countries that say that yes, this country will be carbon neutral in 2050, 2060, which means that the key thing is to understand that we need to speed up democracies too. We have to understand that these cannot be the two choices. There has to be a third one. We have to be able to speed up the whole system. Why we need companies? Why we need clearly the private sector to grow, to foster, to give its everything is that companies will speed up disruption. Clearly, we need to have more liberal legislation and let kind of all the flowers bloom naturally, legally, clearly. Having a kind of a playground, definitely, but still we need to have companies. And why? Because they continuously overestimate themselves and underestimate the task ahead. It's the same thing that we saw with the COVID vaccination. 144 concepts started to develop, and now we have like 5 vaccinations. But nobody remembers and cares that there are more than 130 projects that did not end well, but we needed to have these 5 or 6 or 10 vaccinations that actually work and fast, and we did that. When we're looking at the future of the democratic systems, we should also understand that technology and digital economy, they don't recognize nationality and ethnicity, and this is a good thing. This is something that where we should understand that we need to have these elements in order to create equality that most likely people as leaders cannot deliver, where we don't actually, where we cannot be that kind of equal, we cannot be that neutral, but technology can. And if we would be able to build systems based on this idea, it just might mean really good things for the planet. Now, if we look at artificial intelligence as a part of this kind of mechanism, it should be clear that it's only helping us. We should not be that worried about it taking the power or ruling us, or actually ruling us out. But the thing is that it's a helping method. It's a helping tool that is extremely powerful. Now, the most difficult thing with people with their health is a brain injury. And this is the red one. This is the figure of possibilities with the 100 variable combinations that you could have. Now, any kind of surgery cannot understand the possibilities AI can, and it can suggest you the 3 most possible combinations that you should choose from, and then you would be able to do that. And this is the kind of a role setting that we are looking at. A really good kind of basic service with the figures, with the data, and then offering humans the possibilities that are most likely and the kind of top 3 best ones. Well, if we look at what we saw here during the pandemic, well, clearly we saw a change in work, but what really happened was that none of the scenarios of the future of the work kind of none of them went wrong. Nothing happened to them except that the speed of them coming reality came faster. So this is a picture of me giving a presentation a couple of years ago before the pandemic, and I tried to say that offices are not a very good idea in the first place. Now we have seen what really happened in Finland, which was a country where 60% of people who actually worked full-time stayed at home last spring, and that was the world record. So now we can see that since 90% of companies are building some kind of a new hybrid work system at the moment, we can see that there are lots and lots of more to think about when thinking about the hybrid work. One of the things is that if this amount would be, well, approximately 860,000 people, if they choose to work 1 day per week from home, it will mean 36 million trips to work decrease. Huge fall. And as hours, it would mean 27 million hours saved. Take 4 days weekly, 144 million trips to work and back away, and 110 million hours saved time. And the saving naturally comes from not traveling to work. Now, in Finland, what happened was that approximately 55% of saved time was given by the employee to the employer without any kind of deal or agreement. But the thing is that people wanted to do their work well. So actually we saw a great jump in efficiency, and now it's quite clear that people will not travel from several countries for one meeting in Helsinki. This will not happen. So we should look forward to understanding that now we are invited to create the next way of working. And in understanding that there are now different kind of generations doing that creative work, we have to understand the generation twists. Now, some of us know Tetris. We know that was a game, you know, we used to play, at least people at my age, and you know, the idea of the game is that you stand there, something is dropping from the roof, and you know, unexpectedly, and then you have to catch them and organize them. And that's a really good picture of the work that we used to have. Now then we have the generation which would not know about Tetris, but they know about Minecraft. Minecraft is a kind of a game where you simply have well, you have nothing. You have just a digital kind of field without anything until you start to build up something with your teammates. So everything is created from bottom up. And this is the logic where we have to understand that this is a great opportunity of being a subject, not a victim. So it will be a good idea to listen to people who like to build themselves things up. Well, we also know that if we look at what's happening before 2025, we will lose jobs. 85 million will go, but according to World Economic Forum, 97 million jobs will be created. If you look at the next level systems, for example, energy, you will understand that, for example, in the energy sector already in 2015, solar energy created more jobs than all the fossil energy together. Solar energy had like 374,000 jobs, while the fossil energy jobs together was like 178,000 jobs, which means that going to the next level systems means always new jobs, and that's why we should increase the speed in this transformation, not slowing it down, definitely. And we are also used to think in Finland that work isn't work unless it has a flavor of punishment. We have to rethink that. Well, we have this kind of a battle globally between the 996, from 9 to 9, 6 days a week, versus the Nordic out of office thinking, where you can leave your job and then you're not like reachable. But the key thing is to understand that this is the decade where finally machines are given the jobs that belong to machines. People stop stealing the job from machines. Now, when people start to do what people should do, then work gets clearly better, and that's what we have seen now. So stop imitating machines. It doesn't make sense. The role of the human is to be an artist, and I think this is a good example of the cleaner's job. Now, if you go to a hotel room first time, you most likely nowadays see something like this. You find this kind of a swan there, and you're really impressed. Now, you have to understand that this is the part where the swan doesn't make the room any cleaner. But since Roomba is now taking care of the cleaning part, the vacuuming part, now the cleaner has the possibility of moving onwards in the value chain and creating something really nice, really special. And then the swan is there. Jumping over a couple of things, I like to point out that human resource is something. This is a term that we will be ashamed of. We will not in the future understand that why we, since the whole thing is created for human beings, for people. What we are saying that human resource, well, humans are kind of one resource among others, and like not as nice as that machine or something like that. But we have to rethink, and the rethinking has to start from school. Now, I have shown this photo to at least 5,000 teachers, and this is, as an organized country, this is what we think. Immediately when we see this big picture, we think that there's one mistake here. This one guy has to, that this guy is way out of line. This kind of thinking, suggests that there's one problem in this picture, but there are 5 problems in this picture. Those 5 guys are actually imitating machines, and this kind of irritation comes from our cultural DNA. We have to rethink that, because imitating machines doesn't make sense, because we cannot compete with machines, and we shouldn't. Now, if you look at deer, you know, deer is a really beautiful animal in all its shapes and forms, you know, as art, as food, as whatever, decoration, and naturally in nature as photographs or whatever. But when you go to schools in Finland, this is what you have. You still see that you know that kids are taught to kind of draw the same kind of things. This is North Korea. This is not something for us. We should wake up and understand that if you want to have same kind of idea of deer, you basically have 1 million ideas of what a deer could be. But still, if you teach the children that, you know, you should draw it exactly like your partner or the next one, then we are teaching the way of the machine. We have to say that you know, it's the end of this. If you want to have copies, use a copy machine, but let the kids grow to this era and understand that you know, we are invited as artists and architects for this disruption and not this victim. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Ilkka, and we have got a couple of questions through the social media. So first question is that how many of us actually imitate a machine at work nowadays?
Well, we are doing lots of things that actually belong to a machine, but if you take a global figure, then approximately 36 to 40% of people actually do a work that pretty much totally could be replaced by machines, and this is the question of having a meaningful job. Now, these people understand by intuition that you know that they cannot beat the machine, and that's why they have lost the meaning to work. But if you look at our jobs, we all do something that actually belongs to machines. Some small things that should be digitalized, you know, taken away from us for good.
Yeah, very interesting insights. Is the time save split 50-50 between employee and employer going to be permanent?
Now, this is interesting because this is something that where the labor union and the employers did not agree on anything. So I would say that it's a good idea to split and stay that way, because basically it tells about the work moral. It shows that whether you're a worker or a director or manager, you want to do your job well. So it should stay that way, I think.
Okay, and then quickly one last question. What should we learn from Finland about how to adjust to hybrid work that is the future, so that the hybrid work is the future?
Well, I think that you should kind of understand that that the time save is such a big issue that definitely every company would like to have that kind of an let's say efficiency increase. And my guess is that although we would really like to see each other live, you know, from face to face, we still, let's say, my guess is that Finland will be one of the countries where the kind of rationality, you know, makes the split one of the best possible splits between live meets and Teams or Zoom meets.
All right, then I'm handing over to Kogan.
Okay, thank you so much, Nora. Great questions, great audience. Ilkka, Phenomenal session.
Yes.
I really loved the Zoom versus the 7 airlines, and I'll be using it in my slides as well. It shows how important the digital workplace, the transformation, the remote works. Oh my gosh, that's definitely a slide I'm gonna use every single day. Thank you so much. It was really phenomenal to listen to you, and I really hope that the audience also have enjoyed your session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now a short break, so you can take coffee, go refill your tea, and after the small break, we will have Suzie Robinson coming with her session. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes after the break.
Hello and welcome to this short video series on the Valo digital workplace. I would like to start off this series by introducing Valo and our products. While we are very well known in the world for our intranet product, Valo is more than that. We have multiple products and experiences that together form the Valo digital workplace. Our goal is to help you get the most out of your digital workplace tools, and as our slogan says, make your users fall in love with their digital workplace. Let's see what are some of the products part of the Valo digital workplace. First of all, Valo Intranet. Valo Intranet is a ready-to-go intranet on top of modern SharePoint, allowing you to quickly deploy an efficient, beautifully branded, and easy-to-use intranet for your users. Valo Intranet has multiple features to make not only consumption, but content creation super easy, and multiple add-ons such as social, adoption, people, and multilingual in order to help you offer features to your users at multiple stages of your digital workplace deployment. We then have Valo Teamwork. Valo Teamwork allows you to find and manage your collaboration workspaces super easily, as well as manage groups from a single interface. From an IT professional perspective, Valo Teamwork allows you to easily implement a configurable provisioning system in order to enable approval before new Microsoft 365 groups or SharePoint sites are created, as well as pre-packaged workspace templates with pre-built SharePoint lists, libraries, web parts, as well as Teams channels and tabs. Next up, we have Valo Ideas, a co-innovation tool allowing you to implement a transparent idea management process and work together with everyone else in your organization to bring an idea to life. Valo Ideas has a native integration with Microsoft Teams as well as your intranet, allowing you to collaborate on ideas in your favorite tools. Next up, we have Valo Entrance, which is a tool that allows you to manage external users inside your Microsoft 365 tenant, as well as provide a self-service registration portal where external users can self-register and quickly have access to the tools that they need. Continuing on our experiences for external users, Valo Extranet can be the central location where external users can get the latest news and documents that you want to share with partners and collaborators that you work with. It's based on the same technology and features as Valo Intranet, but aimed at external users. Last but not least, Valo Connect is the digital workplace tool that consolidates all of your digital workplace tools and business applications into a single location, the user-loved Microsoft Teams. Valo Connect can bring in all of the Valo products that we have talked about so far, as well as any SharePoint Online page, Power App, or even embeddable third-party tool as a Microsoft Teams personal app. At Valo, we also believe that you should be able to be productive wherever in the world you are and what Microsoft 365 product you prefer to use. Therefore, Valo works either inside the browser as well as on your phone with dedicated mobile apps and directly inside Microsoft Teams, so you can always consume content from your preferred device. Valo is currently used by more than 800 customers and 3 million users across 50 countries. Our partner network is now composed of over 250 certified Valo partners across the globe, which are ready to help you get the most out of your digital workplace experience. Over the past few years, we have won numerous awards, the most recent ones being the Best Intranet and Extranet winner at the famous European SharePoint Conference in December 2019. In 2020, we have won the Intranet Choice Europe and North America in the prestigious Clearbox report, as well as the Microsoft ISV Partner of the Year in Finland. Finally, in 2021, we have won the Intranet Choice Global Award in the Clearbox report. This is it for this video. Thank you very much for listening to it, and check out our other videos part of this playlist that will show you the specific features that will make your users more productive and fall in love with their digital workplace.
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling a little bit nostalgic because my friend Vlad was speaking at that video. But that being said, we have the following speaker actually coming on stage, which is Suzie Robinson. And you already heard from our video that Clearbox is actually playing an important role in our roadmap, in our way to do, in actually everything, basically. And it is a honor to me to actually invite Suzie on stage so she can share her screen and show you and talk everything about how to make your intranet valuable to your business. She's a guru, she's a superstar, she is Suzie, and she knows all about digital workplaces. Welcome, Suzie.
Thank you very much for that introduction. There is no pressure at all, is there, about what I'm going to say now?
It's all your turn. I'm really looking forward to learn today from you. You're the rock star.
Thank you very much. Right, now let me share my screen. Okey-dokey. So hopefully you can see that. Let me go to the little window. There we go. Right, so today I'm going to be talking to you about how to make your intranet valuable and also valued across your business. I am going to go through things very quickly, so I'll come onto my agenda in a minute, but just wanted to give you a little bit more information about me. I mean, I've had an amazing introduction already, so I can't really top that, but I've been around in the intranet and internal communications business for a long time now, and before I started working for Clearbox Consulting, I was working in a number of different businesses with different frontline workers and working in intranet management and also internal communications. And I now work at Clearbox and I help with the consulting side of things with content strategy. I also look after project management, a few other bits and pieces. And I'm also responsible for the reports that have been mentioned in the video just now. And I'll come on to those again in a moment. Clearbox Consulting, then, you may have heard of us and you may not have done. We help businesses of all sorts of different shapes and sizes with all sorts of different digital workplace and intranet needs. Sometimes it's SharePoint. We're finding more often now it's not necessarily SharePoint, and there are other tools and things that people are exploring, so Microsoft Teams and employee mobile apps, for example. And we help businesses with all those things that are on screen, so strategy, collaboration, and even training, so content training. So we do all sorts of bits and pieces. So I'm using all of that to draw on the materials I'm going to be sharing with you today. We all have practical experience. So like me, everybody who works for Clearbox has been in the field at some point and had to manage digital workplace tools. We work in a very transparent way. So that's not only helpful for our clients because we leave things so that they can carry on once we've gone and don't feel reliant on us once the projects have closed. But it also allows us to do things like this. So I'll be sharing things that we've learned along the way. And particularly importantly, we are vendor neutral. So while we do things like this and we'll participate in events and things with the likes of Valo, we don't have any direct partnerships. So any advice that we give to clients is completely based on what we feel that they need. And it also helps us with creating our reports. So we will review products across the intranet sphere. So that's both SharePoint intranets and independent intranets that don't need a Microsoft license in order to work, and also employee mobile apps. And we're looking at just over 100 products now. So we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of pages across these 3 different reports that we draw on. So the research from here is also what I'm going to be drawing on today. So I'm going to take you on a whistle-stop tour across 3 different areas of how to make your intranet valuable and valued by your business. So the first one is around users, the second one is your strategy, and the third one is your content. Each could be an hour's presentation by themselves, so I'm hopefully going to give you the foundations that you'll need to carry on going. So first of all then is understanding your users. And I would pose this across 2 different questions. So you need to know who they are and you need to know what they want. So the first question as a subset of who they are is who makes up your business? And we split this into 2 different groups of users. The first set is definitely me, is probably you, are desk workers. So they're also known as knowledge workers, information workers. We know bitterly from experience over the past year that desk workers can be remote. They're not necessarily in a central location. That's true of beyond the pandemic situation. They can be dispersed and distributed, and they may also work on mobile, so they may actually be travelling around a lot. So they may be a mobile worker, even though technically they have a laptop and they have access to business systems. And they can access a variety of device types. So you need to think about what would they like to use? How would they like to approach things? What is their preference for when you're building something, thinking about content, thinking about your strategy? On the flip side of that are first-line workers or frontline workers who are likely to be stood up for the vast majority of the day. They won't be at desks very much at all. They may share devices if they do have one. And they may be knowledge workers, absolutely. I'm not knocking the amount of information these people will be dealing with and having to help people with. And they may also be specialist workers. So if you think about a customer services advisor, for example, they may very well be sat down all day, but they may just log into Salesforce and very few other systems. So they're still kind of classed as a frontline worker in that sense. And their device access is much more limited. So the question you need to keep in your head for them is what can they use? What approach can they actually take to getting information, to absorbing information as well? So there's quite a big distinction there between the 2 groups. And just to carry on thinking about first-line, frontline workers for a moment, there are a variety of elements that make up their work that also pose challenges to the way that you can reach them. And it's meant they've been labelled hard to reach in the past, which now I think there's technology that can reach them. So that is kind of an inaccurate phrasing now. But there are still things you need to think about if you have a lot of frontline workers in your business. So using the 3 I've highlighted here, and the example of this gentleman who is pouring concrete, he needs to pay attention to that concrete. He can't be getting lots of notifications. If he has an accident, he can't have to try and find the right paper form to fill in from a whole bank of paperwork that may be in an office, or have to search a lot on an intranet to try and find that particular bit of information or form he needs to fill in. These users may very well be part-time, seasonal, or on temporary contracts. So whilst you may want to have everybody on something like Active Directory, you have to consider the implications that kind of spill out from that. So if you set somebody up on that system, they get all those additional tools and applications as part of that. Do they really want it? Do they really want a company email address, for example? Is it really relevant for them? And so there are a cost and structural implications behind getting any of those things set up. And kind of a link to that is, although they may be on a payroll system, that payroll system may be different from location to location, including geographically. And so they may not be on some form of central database. And even if they are, there's no guarantee that their personal information is held on that system. So if they don't have a company email address or company phone number, are they going to be willing to hand over their email addresses or phone numbers for that central system? And what that means is there's a bit of a skew in favour of frontline workers when it comes to their needs and their challenges. So whilst you may not have many frontline workers in your business, they have such a demanding list of needs and requirements to consider. You should really consider how you're going to be approaching them in future with whatever it is you're doing with your intranet and your broader digital workplace. So whilst I'm not saying necessarily that you should just go with a mobile approach, just go with an employee mobile app approach, which is what we would recommend, there are things you can learn from those approaches and think about the way that these people work, so that you can consider how do you present a mobile first experience through what would traditionally be a desktop based intranet. There are things that you just need to consider and think about this skew, so that you make sure you're favouring the right direction, because there are much more demands in that way. So when you know who they are, you need to know what they want. So absolutely do user research, but we found that there are common things that users always say. And just a quick note before I carry on with that, in the top right there, you'll see a link through to an article on our website. I've peppered these through in my presentation, so you'll get the slides afterwards. You can click through and read a little bit more. So these are the 6 things that people always say. So I'm overloaded with information. It's fairly obvious. People say that they receive far too much, not necessarily just through intranets, but across all of their digital workplace tools. But at the same time, we also found that people said that they don't get told everything. They still get left out of communications. So it seems that even the relevant information necessarily isn't making its way through, or it's getting buried in the volume of other content that's being sent out to people. The next one was around, I can't find the information I need. So search always comes up. It always comes up in any feedback that we get from our clients as something that users need, don't feel works as well, because they don't understand why it can't work like Google. So there is an element of considering how is your information being returned to people when they are looking for it. So that's around the information architecture, so making sure it's laid out correctly, but also things like metadata exist, and the various words that people can look for, say, vacation, holiday, leave, absence, all of those words need to be associated with the relevant policies and procedures so that the right information is surfaced at the top. People are saying to us that they're more interested in what's happening locally and what directly impacts them. So whilst global communications are absolutely important, there needs to be a balance between what's communicated and felt as important but from the business, and what's important actually to the individual user. So again, that will vary from business to business, but it's something that's worth considering when you're looking at your channels and the ways that you share information from and news from across the business as a whole. People get confused about what they're supposed to use and when, especially when there are a variety of digital workplace tools. So if you think about potentially there is an intranet, there could be something like Yammer, there could be something like Microsoft Teams, there may be a separate employee mobile app, there may be email newsletters. People may not know where to go across all of those 5 different tools to do what and to use it for when and who's on which and how they're going to reach their colleagues. So being really clear about what that matrix looks like in your own heads and then across to users as well will also encourage the usage of all of those systems. Who knows what we know is actually around the people search. So that's a subset of the overall search, but also comes up a lot that, especially in the past, people may turn to their colleague and say, who is it I contact about expenses claims? And their neighbour would say, oh, it's so-and-so. You can't do that now because we're working remotely, but also there's not always necessarily that knowledge actually in that business. So your neighbour may say, oh, I don't know. So that's the sort of experience people need when they search for their colleagues. And it ain't pretty, again, is fairly obvious. We get feedback a lot that intranets don't look particularly attractive. But with the number of SharePoint versions that are no longer being supported by Microsoft, hopefully that's something that will improve. So that's your users. Now start to think about your strategy. Strategy documents can be in any format. They can be any length. They can be quite succinct, or they can be very lengthy. We would suggest that you cover these 4 areas and these 4 questions as you're considering your strategy. And then you've got a few optional extras as well. So if you're replacing an intranet or other digital workplace tool, then maybe the costs that you need to consider could go into it as part of a business case, as well as it being a strategy document. The resources you'll need, not only within an intranet management team, but also more broadly, so publishing community, for example. And then governance, you're probably looking at the governance of the strategy within this document, with the governance of the platform overall being covered somewhere else. But these are the 4 areas that we would suggest that you have a look at. And I'm just going to touch on these 3 just to give you ways that you can consider them. So the scope, first of all, I'm starting with number 2 just to be awkward. A good place to start is looking at your company strategies, and we've got 2 different diagrams here to help you think about it. So the company strategy is absolutely what will dominate everything that you decide to do and across the business as a whole with whatever tools they are. And with an intranet, that then fits within a broader digital workplace strategy. Now, an intranet is a bigger system. It does do more things. It has more integrations. It can have different employee systems integrated into it or built within it. So it can cover all of the different strategies from other different parts of the business, absolutely. So it's kind of chunkier. It's a bigger and heftier system to be able to do all of those things. But you do need to figure out what it is within your broader digital workplace strategy it's going to do. The employee mobile app we've looked at in a slightly different way. Because they are much smaller, they're lighter and leaner, they're much more focused in what they're trying to do. They can absolutely cover different strategies from different areas of the business. And we found they tend to draw the edges together of these different parts of the business, and they put a pin through them. So they actually hold the edges together and allow operations to have a tool catered for within an app that also helps with the communication strategy. So think about what your business strategies are and where your product or products will sit within them. And then looking at scope and purpose together. So the digital workplace landscape, the strategy that I've just mentioned, this is how we present the digital workplace landscape to our clients. It's presented as a town plan because you're unlikely to be starting from a green field. You will need to be building around other tools and other systems. So the services that the digital workplace offers are covered along the top here in the blue boxes, and the different areas underneath those are then listed out underneath. And then the management things you need to do to make sure that the intranet is a success and stays updated are along the bottom there. So strategy is actually one of them, so it kind of all folds in together. But the services is the important element to look at and to consider, right, well, when I'm looking at the intranet, how is it going to differ? What is it going to deliver as opposed to Microsoft Teams or an employee mobile app or anything else that you may have? So the way that we look at this is all of those listed things underneath the blue boxes on the previous slide are listed out in these 5 columns. And what we've done is coloured in the intranet role in pale blue. Anything where there's maybe a little bit of alignment with another tool or bringing something in, we've highlighted in purple. And where the intranet just isn't going to do something, we've highlighted it in grey to show that it's just not something it's going to do. And what we've seen is a real shift in this collaboration column, so the second one, which is now primarily grey. Whereas before you'd find a smattering of blue across everything, we're finding that people are realigning what their intranets are doing, and especially around this collaboration side of things, which now is happening more in Microsoft Teams. So whereas that would be absolutely something the internet had to do, it's now something that maybe just isn't being covered, or maybe just is being dipped into, or just being brought through from those other systems into the internet instead of actually doing that itself. So it's quite an interesting shift, and something that's worthwhile for you to consider is actually, with the changes that are coming with technology, with the changes to your digital landscape, do you need to redress actually where your focus is with your intranet? And it's fine for it to be stripped down a little bit, as long as it's doing the purpose, the main thing you want it to do, then that's the important bit. So then thinking about measures, there's the best way to approach is to think about the benefits and the goals that you have for the intranet and what it is you want to achieve. Off the back of that, you can think about the questions that you may ask or the outcomes that you want to achieve, and that will give you the ways for you to outline the measures. So just bring on a couple of examples of the strategic benefits. So risk, you can reduce the risk and increase the resilience to the unexpected events. So as an example, when I was at Waterstones, I completely redid the health and safety section with the manager of that department, and we were able to streamline the way it was communicated. And we actually found that when there was a bomb threat in one of our London stores, they were able to really quickly and easily find that information and follow the process really closely, because it's an unusual situation and they wanted that reassurance that they were doing things correctly. And then innovation, it could be that you want to introduce new products to within your business. So you could open up an innovation channel to float those suggestions up to the surface. So you could set yourself a target for the number of suggestions that were sent through. In terms of individual benefits, so productivity is around finding the right tools to do the job. So actually you can, we're using the health and safety example again, you could halve the amount of content that's actually released on the intranet to allow people to do things much quicker. Learning doesn't necessarily need to be e-learning and training. It could just be access to experts and mentors, and allowing people to be a mentor themselves not only passes on their knowledge to other people, but gives them more experience and also increases engagement within the company. So there's a few things that you can think about. And kind of linked with that is the challenges and opportunities. So sharing job vacancies, having that pull through into the intranet allows people to see how they can progress within the company and where they can go. So that's the whistle-stop tour of strategy. Now for the whistle-stop tour of content. So first of all, it's worthwhile bearing in mind that there is a cost and there is a debt when it comes to your content on your intranet. The cost of using content comes from users who have a time and a cognitive burden when they find their content that they're looking for on your intranet. They have to read it through, they have to check that it's relevant for them, and they also have to check that it's accurate and it's been kept up to date and not from 10 years ago and it's actually wildly out of date. And then if there is something that is irrelevant or inaccurate, that is the most expensive kind of content on your intranet, because once someone has found it, they've digested it, they've figured out whether it's useful, and actually at the end they realise that it's not only is that a waste of their time, but they could then go and implement that procedure anyway and it's out of date and therefore puts the business at risk, or they could just ignore it and do what they think is best. Again, could put the business at risk. And then debt is slightly different. So the way that we have defined it is the invested future time to deal with the content you've created today. So maintenance of content costs time of money. It absolutely does across your publishing community, but revamping content is more expensive. So that work I did on the health and safety content, if the champions had been set up correctly, if they had been engaged, if they were keeping on top of things, if they had more time themselves actually to do it, then it wouldn't have been as costly as me having to completely revamp the whole thing with the manager there. And also don't forget that technology is going to change, and so there will be a migration in future. So save your time then by doing it now. So then quickly, 5 tips of valuable content. You should make sure that content is useful and usable by the people it's for. You shouldn't have content on your intranet that's just for your manager or for someone else's manager's benefit. Address specific audience concerns and needs, which links into that. So make sure whatever content is going on there actually will serve a purpose, whether it's answering a question, so it is news, or whether it's a policy or procedure. Don't always add new content. So thinking back to what I've just said about the cost and the debt, update or delete content. Even if you do add something that's brand new, make sure you delete something that's there in the background so that you don't end up with a huge backlog of archive content that's just taking up space. Remember that maintaining content is about improving the experience of the intranet. So it's not just about checking that the branding's correct on something. It is actually about looking at the state of a policy, checking the accuracy, checking the way it's worded with fresh eyes, looking through a 10-page policy. Is it actually worded as succinctly as it could be? Is there ways you could present it in a different way, for example? So it's all about making things better as you go through and maintain your content and govern your content. And use your usage stats to get a sense of the impact. So that's not necessarily about looking at low-level statistics for a page and thinking, right, that's it, I'm just going to bin it. It's also thinking about why it has a low rate and whether actually it should be higher. So does it need to be presented somewhere else? Is the length of it too long so people just aren't reading it? Does it need to be broken up more? Does the relevant point need to be floated up somewhere else? It's all about thinking about those things constantly as you're going through, and also as you're preparing to launch a new intranet as well, is thinking about these things and getting processes in place. So linking with that is your publisher communities. You absolutely need to have a good community around you to help with this maintenance. So if you are relaunching an intranet or launching a new one, involve them as early and as much as possible. So that could include doing things like showcases to see the progress of the intranet as it's being developed. Create a community collaboration space, which could be something like Microsoft Teams, and then keep it going beyond launch as well. It's not just for making sure they're hitting their deadlines for the launch of the new intranet, it's also the beyond them, so they can ask questions and you can share best practices. Create how-to guides and training materials and follow your own guidance. If you tell people don't usually read beyond the first page, and then you give them a 50-page how-to guide on how to manage your intranet, you're contradicting yourself and you're also not helping people to maintain what they're doing. Make sure you have a process in place to onboard new publishers. So consider right back to when you're introducing the community and make sure they're onboarded properly. And set up quarterly meetings so that you can review their feedback, you can ask them for ideas, and you can engage them in the process continually and inviting new publishers to show them that you're interested in what they have to say and what their colleagues have to say. So 3 very quick tours around 3 important areas. So these are your key takeaways. So understanding your users, consider your strategy, and then consider the value and cost of your content, because there is both to consider. Last of all, I have a discount code for you all. So if you would like to purchase any one of these reports or a bundle of one of these reports, then you can enter this code and get 10% off. And so the slides will be shared with you afterwards, so you can get it then. And the code is valid until the end of May. And then that's it. So
thank you so much, Suzie. We have received a question already beforehand, and you mentioned about frontline workers. Do you think their needs will always be met by an intranet?
To be honest, no. From the research that I've done into employee mobile apps, I think that they have absolutely considered that mobile first experience. Everything that they have done, the way they've built the product, is with that touch screen, having to press buttons and not having like a fat thumb issue in mind. They've absolutely thought about those things. Whereas some, not all, some intranet products haven't considered that as carefully. And so even when bringing an intranet over onto a phone, there can be those issues that are brought through. And also, again, some intranets can be huge. They can be full of content. They can have a variety of links out to systems that just aren't relevant. And so that navigation, that searching experience is just too burdensome for them to be able to find the things that they're looking for. So I think that intranets can absolutely meet the needs of frontline workers, but it needs to be handled really carefully. Whereas employee mobile app products have been built with that in mind, to also have that kind of head start, as it were, around the way they approach things.
Wow. Wow, that was a phenomenal session, Suzie. I really, whenever I see you, I just love it. I know I will learn a bunch of stuff, and thank you so much for presenting on behalf of all that I'm representing, and we work a lot together with the Clearbox report company, so thank you so much.
No problem. And if anyone has any more questions, feel free to find me on LinkedIn and send me PMs, and I'm happy to answer anything. I know we're out of time.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, as we say in French. Okay, next one, ladies and gentlemen, we have someone from Microsoft. Lee-Bourke, and he is gonna talk today about value is only realized when people change the way they work. Change is one of those words I really love because it means a lot. And today, Al is going to explain you what it all meant. Al, stage is yours.
Hello, from Scotland. How are you?
I'm doing tremendously well. Did already 3 sessions, event is going well, and we have like 4 sessions remaining, so fantastically doing well. Hope you are doing well as well.
Yeah, I've been listening. It's been brilliant. Yeah, really good. Thanks for having me. Welcome to lockdown Scotland. This is where I swim every night to wake me up from lockdown. Yeah, change management, it sounds a bit boring, but you know, I wish I'd discovered it 38 years ago when I started in technology. Right now, that's all I do in Microsoft with Microsoft customers. Have done for a lot of years. Also a ProSci Certified Advanced Instructor. That's one of the change management methodologies. Use a lot of the other methodologies too, but you know, change management is where adoption happens. So let's look at my view of some of the key things. Number one, there was a quote in some Microsoft advert a couple of years ago, which I liked. What is a hammer without a person swinging it? Technology is a tool. You know, I don't care what you deploy into your organization. If nobody adopts it, then why do it? You may as well give them all a pen and paper. But you've got to do something to help people adopt. They don't just adopt by magic. And change management is about that, basically. And I had a picture. This is my car, right? This is how I think about it. On the left, there's all this fantastic technology that people have designed. This is BMW in this case. It's incredibly complex, but I don't understand a bit of it. On the right, I do understand that bit. So in technology, we design, develop, and deliver stuff, right? That doesn't matter unless people embrace, adopt, and use it, right? So in my car, using that sort of metaphor, all I care about is the knobs and dials and wheels and pedals. If the bit on the left doesn't work, I can't go where I want to go. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't care about it. All I care about it, can I drive to the shops? Can I drive where I want to go? And so you need both. If the car didn't work, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And if nobody embraced, adopt, and use BMW go out of business. So I see it all the time in organizations. People will say, yeah, we'll deploy this technology and that's it. Well, that isn't it. If your program is dependent on people adopting, you've got to do something. Yeah, and that something is change management. We'll see more about that in a minute. So bottom right there's me using my car to do what I want. So that's what does the end user want to do, and how do we help them through their process of deciding? Now, there's a few figures about this that you can take to the bank and view as definitive. This here, you may have seen an adoption curve before. It comes from a book called Diffusion of Innovations by Everett Rogers. It's the most quoted sociology and business book in the world. If you do nothing, on the left, the early adopters and innovators will adopt, and that's about 16% of a population. But to cross the chasm, to get to the early and late majority, you've got to do something, right? They don't adopt by magic, and that something is change management. So basically, if you deploy something and don't pay attention to the people side of change, bank on 16% adoption, and that, for me, is a fail, okay? Now, the global consequence of that in the last 5 or 6 years is $900 billion wasted money, lost money on failed digital transformations, right? Now, I think that's a crime in some senses. $900 billion, what could we do with $900 billion? But that's the amount of money that has been poured down the drain because people did not adopt. People did not focus on helping people adopt what they were building. And that's a tragedy. One organisation I work with, I looked last week, And their lost opportunity just in the last several months is $14.7 million because they didn't do change management. Now they're doing it. You cannot do that. If you promise a return of investment from a technological investment, you better make sure that that return of investment is realised. And the return of investment for a people-dependent change does not come from deploying technology. It comes from people using it, and it's a way to help people embrace, adopt, and use something. What's the biggest failure mode for digital transformation, as they call it? It's culture. It's not technology, it's culture. And culture's what's acceptable, how we do things, what's important, what's right or wrong, what's workable. If you look at McKinsey and Forrester, and ProSci, I'm a ProSci advanced instructor as well, culture is the thing that you will trip over every single time. And there was a good quote from the latest ProSci research, which is from 8,100 organisations in the world, 80% of the Fortune 100 companies. The key thing for culture that blocks people adopting is a culture rife with poor attitudes and internal politics, encouraged individual priorities, disruptive thinking and resistance to change. And I'm thinking, as you're looking at that, you can probably map that onto your experiences with organisations now and in the past. Culture will block it every single time, and I've seen that so many times. So it's not just the research, but my own experience in organisations around the world shows us that that will block you every time. Okay. And another good quote was, culture eats technology for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Culture is something that we can help fix with change management, and we've got to, because if we don't, we'll get 16% adoption. And so suggestions are, culture starts from the top, and we'll talk more about sponsorship in a minute in terms of change management. My message would be, if you do not have the leaders of an organisation on board with a people-dependent change that you're trying to achieve, your project will not work, right? So those leaders have got to lead the culture, and they've got specific activities to undertake at the beginning and throughout the change. If they're not doing that, then your change will not be successful. We've got to coach sponsors and train them, and we'll see why in a second, to lead change throughout the organisation and throughout the project. Active and visible sponsorship for any change programme is the #1 success factor for any people-dependent change. If you don't have them, then that's a problem. Okay, so there's a few good numbers to look at. Now, we know from research and from experience that if you apply excellent change management, and we'll discuss what that is shortly, you're 6 times more likely to meet or exceed your project objectives, 1.5 times more likely to be on or below budget, 4.9 times more likely to be on or ahead of schedule. And the Boston Consulting Group, finally, a 60% increase in transformational success with permanent change management function. So why is it when I go into many organisations, they don't have it? Why is that? If on the one hand we know that success beyond 16% adoption depends on excellent change management, why don't they have it? Well, obviously they don't, because we've got $900 billion poured down the drain over the last several years because people didn't do excellent change management. So those are some figures that help us think about it. Active and visible sponsorship is the #1 success factor for any people-dependent change. Comes from ProSci, comes from Forrester, comes from Gartner, comes from the Harvard Business Review. You can take that one as read. But interestingly, only around half of sponsors and leaders have some understanding of their role in leading change. And to me, that's interesting. When I go to organisations to help them, I often read their annual reports first. In one organisation recently, the word change appeared 400 times in their annual report, but they had no change management function. And that was because the leaders of the organization, as the statistic implies, had no understanding of their role in managing and leading change. And a lot of them are global organizations. So it's our job to coach the sponsors, the leaders of organizations, so that they're good at managing change. And I included this little picture because sometimes leaders will say to me, well, you're not a leader in that whole banking or oil or retail or whatever, and I'm not. But Pavarotti had a singing coach, right? Serena Williams is a tennis coach. LeBron James is a basketball coach. That doesn't mean that they're better at singing, basketball and tennis than the people they're coaching. It means that they can help them get better at it. And if 50% of sponsors have some to no understanding of their change on the one hand, and on the other hand, those sponsors are critical for change success. They're the #1 success factor. We've got to make sure that sponsors know what their role is in change. So how does it work? Well, it's interesting. We change for a reason, right? Now, one of the first things I do when I go to an organization, I say, why are we doing this? And often I'll hear answers like, well, because we're doing digital transformation, because of COVID, whatever. But that is not an answer that would resonate with an end user. And that is important because change happens individual by individual. So being able to articulate the reason for the change in a way that's understood by those that we expect to change is absolutely vital. Simon Sinek said it when he wrote his book, Start with the Why, but change management's been saying it for years before that, but that's incredibly difficult. And one time I ran a workshop for 5 days with an organisation with 100 leaders who had already spent money on a project, but who could not articulate or agree on the reason for it. And that happens more often than you might imagine. Organisational change requires individual change. There's no such thing as a large company. You know, Microsoft's 165 or whatever thousand people, and the sum of all our decisions to change or not equals Microsoft changing. But it starts with the individual, and this is a realisation that it's important to make. And the outcomes that an organisation derives from a change are the collective results of individual change. And this has a significant impact on how I suggest we should approach change. It's not about saying it's good for the organisation, this for the organisation, digital transformation for the organisation. It's about leading individuals through their individual change process. So you think about it for a minute. What makes you change anything in your life? What makes me change anything in your life? I want to get fit. I want to lose 10 kilograms. I want to climb Kilimanjaro. I want to quit smoking. What makes you do that? Because that's at the heart of change management. It's nothing to do with technology, and it's much, much harder than technology, okay? And change management's the framework that helps people through that change. And we apply it to realise the benefits of change. So this is me swimming the other day. As Carl Jung said, the psychologist, it's all about me and you. It's not about an organisation, it's about you. And he said, even when I'm dealing with empirical data, I'm necessarily speaking about myself. So we've got to help people individually and in contiguous groups and build it up from there. That's absolutely correct. That's just how we work as humans. So what's at the core of it? We're asking people to change how they work. Yeah, it's a change. What makes us change anything in our life? Well, it's psychological. It's not technology. Without a transition, a change is just a rearrangement of the furniture. So we've got to make personal transitions to embrace, adopt and use any change, any technology change, any change at all in our work and personal lives. And that one comes from William Bridges. So, but that's difficult. So there's a few figures to illustrate how difficult. This one's quite old, but it's funny. This book by Stephen Convey, The Eighth Habit, he did a survey of 23,000 employees in the United States of America, and the results are in blue. But the clever thing that he did, he translated it into an American football team, and he found that the state of employees at that time, on the right, was only 4 of 11 players in this team would know which goal they were attacking. Only 2 of 11 would care. Only 2 would know what position that they play, and 9 would be playing against the other team. So those are the kind of people, this is the state of people that we are trying to help embrace, adopt and use. It's no wonder that $900 billion was wasted because we didn't do effective change management. More recent numbers, a survey published from Forbes found that 65%, just over 2/3 of employees, would give up a pay rise if it meant seeing their leader fired. And Gallup found that 82% of employees found their leaders fundamentally uninspiring. Yet these leaders are the people who lead change. So the Harvard Business Review concluded, in our opinion, these two things are directly related. So what I've said is change begins and always begins with individual decisions to embrace, adopt and use something. But the state of engagement of individuals in an organisation is not as good as it could be, I guess is a mild way of putting it. So it's all about me. Now I teach the ProSci methodology around the world. There are many other change management methodologies which I also use, but this is a really good way of thinking about it. The individual change model that every single person has to be helped through in order is, am I aware of why the change is happening? I know why it's happening. Number one, that comes from sponsors and leaders. Number two, I know what's in it for me. Specifically, not that we're doing digital transformation, but specifically and in detail how this will help me or how this will impact me in my job. That comes from managers and sponsors. Then the third element is knowledge. I know how to change. I've had the training. The fourth element is I am able to change. That is ability. The difference between knowledge and ability: knowledge is training, ability is actually doing it in your day-to-day job. And finally, reinforcement. I will continue to take action that will make this change persist. So it's a useful model. There are many models. This is one that we use frequently. Awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, reinforcement. And there's a whole bunch of steps in change management that we take to help people through that model. And in fact, ProSci 3-day certification class takes about 26 hours to learn that. But that is a great model, and they always suggest look at the world through your ADKAR glasses. And I have a pair of ADKAR glasses here because this is your diagnosis tool. How do we actually lead people through change? Again, to re-emphasize, it starts with the individual. It's all about me. Let's look at one of them, desire. That's the second element. Do you help your people to know in detail and specifically what's in it for me, what's it to me, how does it impact me for this change? Can you describe that? I have an example here. Here is a label of my jeans that I bought in Seattle, right? It's got a whole bunch of technical terms on it. Pufflex fabric, free ride waist, zero pivot snap, burn-free gusseted crotch. Now those things are like saying to people, we're doing digital transformation, we're going to the cloud. It's all too general, it's all too technical. It doesn't tell me what's in it for me. So I'm inviting everyone, when we're implementing new stuff that we want to adopt, to think about speaking in a language the end users, the people we expect to embrace, adopt and use the new way of working will understand. So don't talk like that. Underneath each of those technical terms on this label, which I love, it tells me what's in it for me. Brushed for comfort, better fit, doesn't dig, and freedom to move. So if you cannot describe your change in a way that people expected to change will understand, then you better start doing it. That would be my suggestion. And that's tough. So to do that, you've got to know what concerns people have, what they do in their specific jobs, and build that into your model. Don't talk technical. Now here's an example that illustrates that here is the organisational structure for my local hospital here. There's the CIO, there's the chief nurse, there's the nurse in charge of the operating rooms, and there is a nurse in the operating room. A few years ago, CIO sends all the nurses in the operating rooms here a message saying use Office 365. Can you guess what happened? Well, nothing happened. A few issues with that. Number one, what's a CIO? The nurse said. I've no idea what a CIO is. Who is this person? Number two, what's Office 365? And number three, how does that help me conduct an operation on a patient? Completely out of the blue. Now, I see that often. Perhaps the CIO is sponsoring something, and I've been a CIO several times in my career as well, so I know this, and I did this years ago. Email, bit of training, we're all good. No. What should the CIO in this case have done? And this illustrates change management on one slide. The CIO, number one, should he have built a coalition with all the leaders of the organisation so that they could introduce the change to their teams, the head doctor, the head of nursing, the head of HR, the head of finance? Yes, that's called coalition building. The CIO can't mandate a nurse to do anything or support a nurse to do anything. So build a coalition. Number two, can the chief nurse, who can give the hi and why messaging and sponsor the change for nursing, can she go into the operating room and undertake an operation? Likely not. Who can? Well, the person that can do it is the boss of the operating rooms, listed at the bottom. So that tells us that we've got to get all the managers and supervisors involved as well. They've got specific actions, and in the ProSci methodology, there's 5 actions: communicate, liaise, advocate, resistance management, and coach. Because she can not only do the job, but she can mandate and support the end users in the operating room to do to actually adopt. And so on a slide, we talked about ADCAR, which is the individual change model. Now we're talking about how do we structure it. The sponsor should build a coalition of all leaders throughout an organisation who sponsor it in their areas. They become active and visible. They build a coalition. They communicate. But the leaders of each business function need to engage all the managers. The managers have got 5 roles in change, and managers tend to be the most resistant group. Why might that be? Well, even in this example, the manager of the operating rooms there is incredibly busy, an incredibly responsible and valuable job. Now we're asking the manager to do more to help sponsor the change. Yet if she does not sponsor it, then and the other managers don't sponsor it, then there's 6,000 nurses in that organisation who are unlikely to adopt, which is a fail for the project. Okay, so that on one slide is how we would structure a change management initiative. The managers interacting with their staff, managing the change, doing their 5 roles, the leaders sponsoring the change, being active and visible and communicating such that the end user is aware of awareness, desire, knowledge, ability and reinforcement. What's in it for me in that role to adopt this stuff? Okay, same for the doctors, same for HR, etc. So another surprising one, this is a ProSci slide I've pulled out. Who are the worst people to communicate about change? About this new thing's happening, it's going to be great. Well, the worst people, according to 80% of the Fortune 100 companies, 8,100 survey participants, are comm specialists, HR specialists, project team members, change management team members. They are the absolute worst person. The people who need to be on stage for this, for any change project, are managers and leaders. They are front of the curtain on the stage at Wembley or whatever big arena you have, doing stuff. They're who the people need to hear from. It would be like going to a Bruce Springsteen concert and seeing the lighting and sound crew on stage. change management, project people, comms specialists, HR, we're behind the curtain making Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band look good, giving them everything they need, but we are not on stage. Yeah? We need the leaders, we need the managers, and we need champions on stage to do it. So what's the bottom line for all of this? Well, you go away with a few messages. I'm going to recommend you think about these 10 things. Number one, Pavarotti had a singing teacher. Coach your sponsors, make them look good, help them be good at change management, because they are the #1 success factor for any people-dependent change. Number two, if you do not do excellent change management, you're likely to end up contributing to the $900 billion that was wasted globally in the last several years on failed digital transformations. And I think that's bad. Number three, you'll likely get 16% adoption if you don't do change management on a people-dependent initiative. That is a fail. I've done that myself as a CIO. Not good. Number four, you're 6 times more likely to meet or exceed your project objectives with excellent change management. Yeah, pretty good. Number five, whenever we deploy, design, develop and deploy technology, we're building hammers, but hammers are useless unless somebody picks it up and uses it. Okay, so technology is about building hammers. Adoption's about using the hammer to get a return of investment. Number five, culture will stop adoption every single time unless you fix it. And there's ways to do that, and that's based on excellent change management. Number six, it's all about me. It's all about every single individual. If you do not know that and you do not address that, then start doing so. You've got to help individuals through their individual change journeys. The ProSci methodology suggests ADKAR, awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. But we go back to psychology and we see from Jung that it's actually foundational how we work as humans. Number 8, start with the why and what's in it for me. Think about my genes. That's what I keep in the back of my head all the time, the label on my genes. How do I describe it in a way that people will understand, that will resonate with them? Well, I listen to them. I do workshops with them. I collect all that data. I don't say we're doing digital transformation. I say we're doing this thing that will help you do operations better in the following way, or whatever the example is. Number 9, this comes from another change management methodology, Cotter. If you cannot communicate the vision to someone in 5 minutes or less and get a reaction that signifies both understanding and interest for the change, you're not yet done. And that's hard. Sometimes that takes a week of 8-hour workshops to align in an organisation, even among leadership. And number 10, here's an existential one for you. The Latin word sponsus, which is where sponsor comes from, the sponsor of a change, the sponsor of a technical initiative, means I promise, right? So if you promise that this investment in technology will yield a benefit, you better deliver it. You better deliver it. So when a sponsor signs the check in the charter for a program of change, they're making a promise. But to make that promise, what the sponsor and the managers have got a whole bunch of actions to undertake, focused around culture, focused around people, helping people through their ADKAR change journey, if that's the methodology used, but focused on the individual. And if you don't do that, you will not fulfill your promise. And I will leave you with the thought, what happens if you're a sponsor, you promise a return and you don't deliver it? Well, that's maybe something about why the length of a tenure of a CIO these days is fairly short. So make sure you fulfill your promise. So with that, I will shut up and thank you for your attention. I hope you found that useful. A very short introduction, and any questions, please feel free.
Thank you so much, Al. It was super interesting presentation, and I really love the part of not talking in a technical way. We have one question in the Q&A asking that since the leaders are key sponsors for the change, what would be the key KPIs to be used in the case of an intranet or digital workplace project?
Right, well, yeah, that's a good question. And I would go back to the answer that for anything where people we expect adoption for a leader, we need them to be active and visible on that intranet, using it, modeling the behavior, saying it's great, suggesting it, building it into their comms, their one-to-ones, their meetings, leading by example, building a coalition with peer leaders. So all the leaders are using it and modeling it and using it and driving it, and communicating about it between 5 and 7 times or more if possible. This is good, this is good. And to give you the other side of it, so often I see leaders kick off a technical project and just leave it. That's fine, not for me, it's for other people. So they've got to be in among it, as we say here in Scotland. They've got to be on it, they've got to be modelling the behaviour, they've got to be driving it and showing. And when you talk about KPIs for leaders, are you using it? Are you talking about it? How often have you mentioned it? How many times have you posted to it or taken information off it? So they've got to be all over it and using it. And that's one of the biggest errors that they make. No, well, it's good for everyone else, but I'm too busy. How busy are you not to get a return from that investment? Is my question to them. It's the grown-up conversation. So I hope that helps.
Wow, that was a great session. I love your energy, I love your passion, and I love your accent. It gives me a reason to come to visit Scotland. Honestly, love it. Thank you so much, Al. And now what I can see in the planning is that we have a small break of 5 minutes. We have a small video coming up. Take your time to refill your coffee, tea, and we will be back with Harri Mikkanen's session about the 7 trends that will shape the future of a hybrid workplace. See you very soon in a couple of minutes.
In a thriving digital workplace, access to your content in multiple apps is vital. These are often stored across different locations, which at times can cause confusion. Imagine a world where all communications, collaboration, and co-innovation happens in one location. Introducing Valo Connect. Valo Connect enables you to focus on the things that really matter. Intranet, pages, business apps, websites, and even custom-built apps designed specifically for your business needs. Whatever it is that you use in your digital workplace, Valo connects them, helping your team to stay informed with everything from internal communications to industry news, helping them to locate and edit files and documents without jumping between multiple sources. Everything is better together, under one roof. It's time to make the connection and bring all your tools together within Microsoft Teams. Build the digital workplace of your dreams. In any business, it's easy for your ideas to be forgotten, sometimes almost as soon as they appear. But what if there was a place to share your ideas directly with your colleagues? Introducing Valo Ideas. Valo Ideas is where your thoughts come to life. They can be discussed, accessed, and even promoted within your business. Sally and her team use the platform to showcase new ideas with their colleagues around the globe. These ideas can be supported using the Like feature and give other team members the ability to add their thoughts too, all from within Microsoft Teams. Valo Ideas uses campaigns to keep ideas organized and ensure that they are only seen by the appropriate teams. Using analytics, it's possible to view trends, filter ideas by type, and even check out the top contributors. Valo Ideas delivers an experience that empowers teams across all organizations to ideate and co-innovate towards the dream workplace.
Okay, that being said, the break is over. So it's up to Harri Mikkanen with the 7 trends that will shape the future of a hybrid work. Harri, can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Great.
That's fantastic. I'm doing phenomenal. It's up to you. You have 30 minutes. I'm really looking forward to the 7 trends because the hybrid work world is something that we hear more and more, and Microsoft is really deeping into that. So it's all up to you. You can share your screen, and we'll be looking forward to your awesome knowledge.
Okay. Let me find my screen first. I think we're there now.
Yes, I can see your screen. Phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good afternoon. On my side, my name is Harri Mikkanen. I do all things Microsoft 365 product marketing in Finland. Of course, it's a lot about Teams too, but it's a lot about modern work, hybrid work, whatever you want to call it now. I chose my topic being the most recent study we revealed globally, and it's about finding out the 7 trends that will shape the future of a hybrid work world. But before that, this is not the only study we've been publishing. I want to share a little bit of our background first. So I've been spoiled with several studies and publications recently. So what we did last autumn was that we created a publication. We interviewed more than 20 leaders and subject matter experts about how they see the future of work when about 6 months of this pandemic had been going on already. So we gathered together their views and opinions about near future of work and especially what they think will change. It was super interesting to discover that almost opposite opinions came up. For example, one example I've been using is that some people mentioned that who would claim that they'd been laughing, tears in their eyes in the video meeting. I'm the one. I know lots of people, so lots of opposite opinions as well there. What was clear at that time already was that people were thinking that if we want to make this any hybrid work world possible in the future, we need guidelines and we need leadership to show examples how to make it happen, and lots of pressure for traditional offices as well, how they would serve our needs in the future. Then we've actually done 2 versions of this future of work. Original one was originally called Work Reworked, and then we were focusing on studying organizations that were considered being more innovative than average, and we introduced thousands of people in 15 European countries, and per every manager we interviewed 6 employees. And when we repeated this in October, we wanted to better understand what are the organizations that consider themselves innovative do differently. And then it was interesting that when the pandemic hit us, the next time we did it, branded as Future of Work, one of the key findings was that people shouldn't worry that much about productivity anymore. Productivity stayed on very same level or even higher than it was before, even if people had started working remotely. But what was worrying is that people started to work more in silos, and when they start working silos, it prohibits sharing ideas and creating innovation in the organization. People started to work better as a team, also probably be more educated about the tools working as an individual, but then looking to the other teams or working on community level, it didn't really happen. So the key findings at that point were that, and recommendations for the leaders was that they should tear down the silos, they should empower teams to work in the ways that suit them best and create a learning culture. And they should also protect employees' attention if they need to do something, what they need to focus on, and create what we would call flow state. So this is the two earlier publications and studies we've done, and the latest one is quite new. It's from March 2021. It's Work Trend Index, and it has this 7 trends discovered. So this number 7 is getting pretty familiar for me. So if you look at the recent findings now, it's quite clear that flexible work is here to stay. That's something that employees expect, that's something that employees want, and it's something that leaders and managers also think that, okay, how should they design their work, how should they redesign their physical spaces. Numbers are quite high, so that more than 70% of workers want flexible options, and just minority of that wants to work remote only. But people typically are really after flexibility in the future, and it affects many aspects of modern work. People are craving for more in-person time with their teams. They are missing their teammates. They are missing their organization. It affects organization culture, of course, already now. And then the business decision makers should really consider what is the purpose of physical spaces. If we come and when we come back to the offices, what are the tasks? Who will we work with? What we want to achieve when we meet physically? Because I've said already now in a couple of interviews that we are crazy if we come back to the offices doing the things we hate most, having back-to-back meetings with headsets on at our home offices. Why would we come back to office to do just the same? We should really think that what kind of working style, team working style, cross-team style, these physical spaces, what they offer to us, and how they really reflect our organization's working culture. But it's clear that both employees and leaders want more flexibility in the future. There's no doubt about it, and we call this future, we call it currently hybrid work. But then there are lots of differences between different working groups. What is quite interesting is that business leaders are probably doing better than ever. Some of them said in the study that they are even thriving now because they are building strong relationships with colleagues and other leaders. Their earning level is at least very same than it used to be, and busy leaders have also better possibilities to spend their vacation days. So it's quite, their numbers is significantly higher if we compare how they are thriving compared to the other teams, other people groups in the organization. And I chose Generation Z and new employees here. And if we compare to them, there's a significant, more than 20% difference to them. And I really don't envy anybody being not only new employee, but also being Generation Z, because some of them who have joined in last 12 months, for example, they never seen organization culture happening in the office building. It's very easy to say that we are a very flat organization and it's easy to go to talk to anybody and management is very reachable. But if you haven't seen that happening, if you only seen kind of a digital version of it, it's quite different compared to me who's been to this office several years and know many of our leaders and have been that happening in action already, being flat organization and everybody being very easy to reach out. And for management, there's also challenge now anyhow that how they would reach out to new employees. So how often they have a chance to reach out to employees, what that means, and how often they can ask their any employees like, okay, how are you doing, and would you set up a virtual coffee break with me, or and this kind of thing. So how do we encourage that kind of culture? I have a fresh example from Microsoft Finland now. We do something what we call Icebreaker app. It's very easy to set up. It's available in GitHub. And what it does is that any employee voluntarily can join a team. And if you're part of that team, every Monday, 11 a.m., you're randomly matched with another employee. And if you say OK, it will set up for you to, I think, 45-minute meeting in near future, and very good reception for that. So we are using a little bit of help from technology ourselves to do that, because that is something that is totally missing now in many organizations. We have learned to use technology. You can see it from the right-hand side. Numbers are crazy. So the amount of meetings, it's more than doubled, and it's rising all the time. Huge number. But what it also tells me is that it's not only meetings, or it's not only chat. We are also working together on documents. And I hope that we have learned a little bit of working between meetings as well, because I think there's huge pressure for every meeting now, because nobody says that, hey, I want more meetings. Everybody says quite opposite now, so that what would be the ideal amount of meetings? Should there be some slack between the meetings so that you don't have those back-to-back meetings? Is it necessary for you to be in all those meetings you're invited to? So what I added to the left is that I copied one of my colleagues who said to me some years ago that, Harri, no is as good answer as yes. So I think it's okay to say no to some of the meetings which you don't feel valuable, if you think there's better way to spend your valuable time. So number of meetings is high. It's still rising. People are still working with documents. It's not all about chat, even if the number of chats is also going up, and email is not going anywhere. Of course, part of it might be like sending meeting invites or replying to them, but huge number, because that 40+ billion is just the increase in number of email delivered compared to a year ago. Huge numbers. I added something based on this data because I wanted to offer a little bit of help for your thinking how to make meetings brand better. And what we've done here at Microsoft is that I don't like to talk about meetings. I like to talk more about digital meetings and have a little bit of wake-up call so that all digital meetings are not the same. I think that the worst brand of meetings is kind of a status meeting where you go to and you're not sure that what your role is in there. Is it necessary for you to participate? Could that meeting have been an email? Some people say. So I'd like to wake up people to think about what kind of different meetings they typically have. And this is just an example. So of course we know that status meetings, you need them to keep up to project updates and get alignment of different things. Quite different meeting already, strategic meeting where you set objective and create long-term plans. Then you might have a meeting where you go through your ideas, use like whiteboard and share ideas. It's quite different compared to two first ones. There might be a tactical meeting if you need to address some blockers or incidents. Informative meeting is also very different, needs different facilitation skills if it's like 1 or 2 people talking to, for example, 500 people. It's quite different digital meeting itself. And I'd like to encourage people also to have meeting with no agenda or just to celebrate something, sort of kind of a social meeting. And because then I think you can easily create better connections with your teammates or people from your organization. But this is just an example set of the different types of digital meetings. And I think that if you spend a little bit of time thinking that what can you do before meeting, during meeting, after the meeting, and not put so much pressure that all the work is done in meeting and then we put all the work on pause until the following meeting. I think everybody will be not just more productive and also happier. And if you also make a little bit of thinking that what kind of a meeting culture you drive, and can you brand different meetings and separate different meeting types, it would also help you to make brand of the meetings better and get people more engaged when you meet them digitally. If we then jump back to the findings, I already mentioned about Generation Z a little bit earlier, but I'm a little bit worried about them from what we found. And I had a permission from my dear colleague to use picture from her apartment that what happened when pandemic hit, and when I was showing this list, she mentioned that this is exactly what she and her friends have been experiencing lately. So why they need to be re-energized, because Generation Z, they are likely to be single early in their careers, and they really feel the impact of isolation because some of them have never been to actual office or met their peers. They've only been to some Teams meetings with them. So they start to struggle with the motivation at work, and they might also lack the financial means to create proper workplaces at home. So you can see what I mean from the picture on the right side, that this is not a very untypical example of how people started working 12 months ago. So because of these things, they struggle balancing work and life balance, and that's why they feel quite exhausted after typical days of work. So big topics, so that how can we ensure that they would feel again engaged and excited about their work and keep that talent in the company, so that they would not leave when there's a first possibility of the pandemic, and they would be more engaged and happier employees in our organization. Very large topics, I think. I think there was a significant drop when pandemic hit, because distant networks, they started going that direction, and closed networks at the same time started going that direction. And for me, it means that if I think about organization, I like to use 4-step model, what we've been using at Microsoft, so that there's if I think about productivity, there's individual productivity, team productivity, there's the community layer and organizational layer. And I think that pandemic made us learn a little bit better users of modern work tools, so that I claim that our individual productivity, team productivity, and how we use the tools, that's on much better level than it used to be. I don't have to be worried that only person who knows the technology is the one who gets their voice heard in the meetings, for example. We are more equal in that sense. And on organizational level, we typically have communications professional who do that very professionally. I'm not worried about that, but what I'm worried about is that we start missing these community levels, so that we wouldn't be more isolated working inside our own team or teams only. How will we encourage people keep up with those distant networks, so that ideas and innovation will be enabled in an organization? Because why we will need these communities is that it is required for idea sharing, asking opinions, and just gathering around common topics. I often use an example that I probably never go to visit the teams I'm not using to achieve my daily goals in work, but it's not very unusual that if I would have some spare time, I would go to wander around different Yammer communities, being them related to like topics with general interest like artificial intelligence, or then work benefits at Microsoft Finland, or then related to hobbies or something like that, because that for me is the way to find new ideas, get to know new people, and get a sense about hot topics discussed in our whole company, which is quite large. Next finding is a little bit more positive, and I think that many of us have seen our colleagues' pets or heard their families virtually when we've been in several Teams meetings in last 12, 13 months. And that means that work has now really become more human. I think we have more empathy that, hey, people have life outside their office life. And I think that's only good. And I chose this picture because I was interviewed to one of our large customers' story about pandemic effects, and they were actually asking my picture, and then they chose this one they found from social media and asked that, is it okay to use this? And I said, go ahead, because many people know the background story about where the background is coming from, and that's me maybe after 6 weeks of pandemic when you couldn't go to cut your hair and it was winter and cold in Finland. So work is more human. We probably have more empathy to our colleagues. And one very interesting finding is that 17% has also cried with a colleague in last 12 months. I think that's quite high number. So what this hybrid work enables, its flexibility, but what it also means is that now is probably the time you really don't have to worry about so much where you're working at if you're an information worker. So that it really widens the talent marketplace, and we see this from job postings on LinkedIn service, so that number of remote job postings has increased more than 5 times during the pandemic, huge number. And 46% of remote workers are planning to move to new location because they can now work remotely. That's a huge number. But at the same time, what is really worrying, that of all employees interviewed, 41% are considering leaving their current employer. That's very large, very worrying number. So I think this is kind of a wake-up call for organizations that, hey, what should we do now when we go back to normal or move to that direction, so that what kind of employer we really want to be, what kind of working styles we support, what kind of company culture we want to create, so that we would not only keep but also attract the best employees to our organization. So how to move forward from this? I think leaders should now create a plan to empower people, so that if everybody wants flexibility, we will offer that flexibility. We shouldn't go back to office to do just the same what we hated, working alone home. So I think companies should invest in space and technology so that they serve the working style and culture people have, so that the offices are so attractive that the people really want to go back. Because what I assume otherwise happens is that we are happy to go to see our peers and colleagues for a couple of first weeks, but then we go back to home if it doesn't offer anything special for us. So what is really the employee experience? I've been also thinking that what is the customer experience? Why would I go to visit some of our customers' office, and not to say that, hey, why wouldn't we use this in Teams only? So what kind of space serves our joint needs best and makes it so attractive that I would go there physically when it is possible? We should also compact the digital exhaustion from the top, so that if we want to have people sharing their ideas, being more innovative, I think we should encourage our people to, for example, reserve focus time, so that they have at least 2 hours time every now and then, so that they can get into what we call flow state, so that they are more eager to suggest effective ways of working to their managers and offer solutions for addressing challenges. So in practice, innovation. And we should prioritize rebuilding social capital and culture in our organizations. And then we should also rethink employee experience to compete for the best and most diverse talent, and also to tackle that 41% who is currently thinking if they should leave their organization as soon as it is possible. I think I spent my 25 minutes that were reserved here. I hope you find it is useful, and I'm happy to answer, comment any possible questions.
Thank you, Harri, very much for the very valuable insights. Really also love the aspects of the employee and customer experience. We have one question in the Q&A. Emilia is asking, from which country are these statistics from?
Depends on the country, but global studies, I know for sure that Future Work had 15 European countries, and the latest one is global one. But I have to come back to that what is the exact list of countries. I've been concentrating on the fact that Finland first time is included in this one, and we will publish the local numbers soon. So that has been quite interesting for me. But thousands of, I think, if I remember correctly, 30,000 employees globally for this last one.
All right. Then coming back to the kind of going or returning into the offices, or well, that's to be seen then how many people then really return there. But what do you think that what will happen to people's collaboration habits when they return to the offices?
I'll repeat myself a little bit, but I really hope that they would understand that how much they could work on different things between the meetings too. Now, if ever we have a tools to work together even on real time, so that in best case you could work together between the meetings so well that you could in some cases even cancel the meeting and save like 2 hours from 10 people, and I think everybody would really appreciate that. And then there would not be so much pressure on a single meeting as well. I really hope that people would continue doing that.
Then going a bit on a personal level, that how have you been able to keep your work-life balance on sufficient level? And if yes, then how?
I think that you have to trust the technology, because I share quite a lot. So our technology understands quite well my working habits. And so it has started to make me suggestions that, hey, you shouldn't reply to emails 5 minutes after they arrive. You should keep your defined working hours. And what I have on this last slide is that I really protect my focus time. It took me some time to start trusting technology, but when I did it, it typically offers me 5 2-hour slots per week for focus time, at least 2 hours to focus on something. And I've been really protecting that. I let it typically reserve all the 5 slots, but then in practice, I can use 4 of them. And I really enjoy that. I think I'm a better employee, I'm happier myself, and I'm a better colleague to everybody. So I think you should use the technology, trust the technology, and be a little bit of curious. And I also compare what is my feeling compared to what technology suggests. So I think that creates trust to the technology as well.
So remember to book the focus time.
Yes, big fan.
Okay, thank you, Harri.
Okay, that was a phenomenal session. Thank you so much, Harri. At least we know now how Microsoft is thinking and how they want to change the world. Now, it's time for Brando Louhivaara, right? Am I saying it correct? And you're muted, Brando, so maybe just unmute yourself so we can hear you. And there we go.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Brando.
Hi, guys.
Hey, you're talking about Makefulness, smarter future of work, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward. Any sentence which has the word smart is interesting. So show is yours. You're the rock star. We're all listening to you.
Thank you, Gökhan. It's a sunny day here in Helsinki. I'm really honored to be here today with you guys. First things first. How are you guys? Think of that for 5 to 10 seconds. How are you feeling at the very moment? This is the key question we should ask more often in our work. I've seen the opposite, and the results are really bad. I'm sharing now my presentation. Give me a second. I'm trying to find it here. It is, I think this is the last version. Can you see it? You cannot see it.
Yes, we can see, but maybe enable the presenter mode so we can see it full screen.
All right, let's see. Is it there now?
No.
No, not yet. All right, let's see. Let's practice. I'm feeling a bit nervous because of it doesn't show it right now. Wait, give me a second, another try.
Yeah, no worries.
There we have it. I think this is the right one. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks way better. So if you enable the presenter view, then I think we're ready to go.
Do you see it now?
No. I still can't see the menu and I need the left.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, what a shame. Let's see. Let's practice a bit more.
Yeah, no worries. We have time.
Yes, let's see. Another round of ja, sisältö. Which one? Do you see? It should be this one, maybe. Do you see it now? No?
No, it only shows like a small part of the screen. Previous one was great.
Maybe I shouldn't use the play mode. Maybe that's the challenge here.
Maybe you can make your slides bigger and we can just continue with that. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see if you see this now.
No, if you go to the previous screen, it was way better on the previous screen. Really?
Oh my! This is experimenting and learning at the same time. Let's see. This one.
Oh my
better
God.
Now?
Yeah, that's way better. We can just continue like that. Yeah.
All
just
right, let's go. Yes. So here we are. This is me, Brando Louhivaara. I'm from Finland. I used to be a shy guy, not anymore. I learned to do something else while working at media as a radio host also. So I'm the co-founder of Holla Bolla, which started a year ago. Our journey with Johanna Lehtonen, who is another co-founder. And let's start with the negative news. This is Daniel Kahneman, who is a Nobel Award thinker. Daniel said, well said, Daniel, I would focus on reducing misery instead of increasing happiness. That's a strategy we should think of in this very moment. I've seen all the speeches beforehand. I see connections to every one in this line. Well, what I have done, my misery moments, got to share at least one. And actually that is the most important story maybe from my career. I failed. I think I failed many times, but this is my favorite failure. I started as a creative director in an agency. I was full of energy, full of ideas, full of visions, full of energy, dreams, you name it. After 2 weeks, I started feeling something. After 2 months, the emotion was bigger. After 6 months, I remember the first time I was like, hell no, it's not going to happen as I planned. And after 2 years, it was my time to go. I think this story, you might be familiar with this story. And the change happened in my thinking. I realized, well, it was a failure, but I learned quite a lot from that failure. So what's going on in the modern work life? We've seen already some ideas and numbers. One of the biggest numbers I've ever seen in my life is this. The internal work complicatedness has been rising for the last 15 years. Almost, in some cases, 350%. That's quite a lot of complicatedness. Sounds messy, doesn't it? Well, how about engagement? Are we inspired of working in a messy, complicated work? In Finland, 12% of employees are inspired, engaged, highly motivated, and the rest of the bunch, not so much. That's the result of complicatedness, isn't it? At least partly. USA has much better numbers. And then we heard already this number before, 85 million people might lose their old jobs during the next 5-6 years. So there's quite a lot of things going on. There's bureaucracy, work life, lots of things going on, and we must change. We heard from Al said, he was talking about the change management. We must solve these issues. We must change the low numbers of engagement. Otherwise, it will go down. I mean, the companies can't continue. And we must learn new skills. And these all go together. So what type of skills do we need? Actually, this is World Economic Forum. Last year, they did a survey from corporate leaders. How do they see the future? What are the top skills in work life in the near future? And guess what? The big picture here is that it's all about thinking, creating, analyzing, critical thinking skills, innovation. We need to actually create the new world, solve big problems. So we all need thinking skills, and then some, of course, programming and design. But that's the big picture, and it doesn't matter on what area of business you are. Thinking seems to be the superpower we need to solve problems. Gary Hamel is the other guy behind humanocracy, which is not crazy, humanocracy, which is the idea of changing bureaucracy to something more human. And to be honest, after reading that book a couple of times, I think he sees, and he combines lots of data, he sees the future. We need to get rid of rigid organizations. They are like temples of power protected by just few people, And that must change, otherwise people will not buy that anymore. There are many reasons for that. But we need to open the strategy to everyone. That's the right side of the picture. We need to give power to those who have the ability, not because of the rank. We need to build roles around unique skills, not the other way around, or fill some boxes with people who might have the skills. Turning things upside down, that's what we need to do. And compensation, it should correlate with the impact, not just, you know, just some money pouring into your bank account without any connection to the work. And employees, they should be seen as entrepreneurs. They are the builders, not some components of big machines, as I think some people think. So what do we need? This sounds like a change in our thinking of how to build organizations and how to work, actually, how to feel about the work. And it shouts for agile, more flexible world. And here's a recent study made by US News. These are the most agile countries. USA seems to be #1, Australia #2, Canada, Germany, Singapore, Sweden #10. Oh my God, I hate that. And Finland is #18. I wouldn't be worried about the number there, but the results, actually the statistics is quite revealing. USA has 100 points and Finland has 66.9. That tells the difference between two countries. And in Finland, I would agree. We are a nation of institutions. Our bureaucracy seems to be, sometimes I hear, a bit too much. We need to get more agile with these things. So there are many tools, methods, thinking tools to use. Of course, we most of us as digital transformation people, we know Lean Startup, we know design thinking, agile, DevOps. We have heard about holacracy, humanocracy, and all this. And we were like Johanna and me. We were like, oh, so much. This sounds almost like bureaucratic BS, to be honest. Lots of things going on. What should I read? What should I learn? It sounds so complicated. How to fix these things? Just reading these things and trying. Maybe that's the answer. So we are like dreaming of the world without bureaucracy, chaos, and misery. That's our worst enemy we are fighting here. And we were thinking, Johanna and me, that the work life, it needs meaningfulness. Generation, the fresh people coming into the work life, they need something else than just work. They want meaningful lives. And that's what we started building. Meaningful. People need to do great things. We need to fix the world. We need to make things more than just think and dream of. And we need to liberate happiness also. So we came up with this idea of Makefulness. And Makefulness, it's in Finnish, it's actually tekemyksellisyys. And it sounded ridiculous. We were like, it's just something silly. But we started actually thinking, and we started seeing that this is exactly what the future needs. We need to let people do their things, not control their work too much. So Makefulness is maybe a theme park one day where people can enjoy work. But at the very moment, it's way of thinking for us. It's a way of organizing. It's way of working, way of learning, and we are starting it. We are building it and starting it, and doing all that. We are drawing maps. At the very moment, we are part of the future generation here, or future builders. We want to be part of the future of work. So we draw this map of this change. Instead of profit, we must start thinking of the meaning of the work. And we must open the culture. We must build better teamwork skills. Hybrid work, definitely, of course, we need to teach people how to lead themselves better. And we need focus and harmony. We need, of course, again, automation, AI. They might actually become really helpful in the complicatedness, don't you think? If the bureaucratic complicatedness is still rising, maybe the automation might help. And then we need to learn new skills, of course, all the time. And reforming roles is essential there. It helps us learn new skills by changing our roles. And instead of leaders' visions, like me owning this vision with Johanna, we need to invite everyone to build vision and visions. And human experience, that's in the center of everything, don't you think? Instead of products and services and business, we need to we actually need to think of people and the experience of employees and clients and people. So this is the big picture tool we build up under the tekemyksellisyys, makefulness, and then another tool to show you, just to lighten up, SciRadar. I just heard a number of how many people were crying online with their colleagues. Was it 19% or something?
17%, if I'm not wrong. 17.
Yes. Thank you, Kokan. SciRadar, just a light tool to actually take care of yourself while working alone at home somewhere. We need to stop and realize that, oh, again, I'm stressed. I have this technology sigh. I have this I don't understand what I'm doing sigh. I have some sort of behavioral sigh. Oh, my boss is I hate this. We need to start collecting those sighs and get rid of them, because we are alone. At the office, there's someone saying, oh, are you worried? Are you stressed? Now we are alone. We need to lead ourselves better. So we need SciRadar. That's one tool we came up with. But now the biggest picture I'm going to share with you guys, and this is thank you for Simon Sinek. He's one of our greatest inspirators, and this tool, Elements of Makeful Work Culture, is actually, I would say, this is really important. So please stop and concentrate. If my speech has been a bit boring, now I ask you to focus. So what are the elements of Makeful Work Culture? We came up with this idea because we saw there was no tool for this. Actually, we couldn't find any. So we started drawing this map. Genuine caring about people. If you are not doing that, start immediately. Start learning. Start asking people, how are you? And then start building openness on every possible tool, strategy, organizational structures. Hidden power games are game over, elements of game over, to be honest. You need openness and you need clarity. And remember the complicatedness. Clarity, we need clarity to survive actually through this complicatedness. And when these three key elements are on their places and you are building those, you must build trust between people. And I would say this last 1 year of experimental learning new skills in work life has been a test for trust also. And then we need that psychological safety. I hear lots of people talking about this nowadays. I've heard really bad stories. How does this affect if it's not built right at workplace? But when you have these 5 elements and you are building these, and you need to build these every day and strengthen, then you get into learning, you get fresh new ideas through people's creativity, and everyone is creative, and you build up courage and ownership. And there comes the motivation, and there comes progress, innovation, and the ability to change, agility. And then when you have built the whole tree of elements, you get the people grow, and the company grows with people always. So good leadership, good collaboration, makefulness, growth. That's it. That's the whole picture. And I got to say, we were compared to McKinsey after 2 months doing this map, and I was like, oh, what's going on? We are just a startup. But that tells quite a lot of this connected world. We are connected, and we can make the change together by sharing these pictures and actually studying them and making the next version better. So Simon Sinek, the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. And I have just shown you the environment. We need to build that environment every day with our hearts open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brando. I really also love the quote of Simon Sinek, very inspirational, and also the words of how it's important now to keep open and yeah, also boost the clarity and the trust in the organizations. I would have a couple of questions. So why is building your own makefulness so important?
Yeah, that is really good question, because what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't learn makefulness, our makefulness, but you should build up your own. If you are not actually doing this rehearsal or some sort of mapping of emotions, mapping of what actually brings creativity, agility to people. If you are not thinking through and building some sort of systemic tree and understanding the complexity, if you are not even trying, then how can you actually make it? So it's really important to start drawing. Take your pen, take your laptop and start drawing. What's the system of people and motivation, and start studying. That's the thing I want to. Maybe that's just the thing I'm trying to say here, and it is. Start learning and start building your own.
Yeah, so coming again back to the topic that the change really starts in ourselves. So we have to be the first initiator in there.
Yeah, definitely. But got to say, it's of course the leaders must do the same. It's not if you are an employee somewhere. Of course, you have to carry yourself and change, but we need leaders to change their way of leading and managing, open the culture and build trust.
Absolutely. So actually we have a question regarding the trust. So do you have any practical ideas how to build the trust in a digital world?
In a digital world, I would collect all the people you need to strengthen with their trust, and I would share human stories. That's the number one essential part of building trust, is to share who you actually are behind the role, and that is maybe the most powerful tool for building trust, is to show who you actually truly are.
Yeah, so really being yourself.
Yes, being yourself, and maybe one practical tool. Share 3 stories. 3 stories who you are today, and 3 stories that built you. That's actually one of the most powerful tools I believe in. One practical tool. 3 stories, who you are today, and what are the moments that made you.
Yes, I really love that insight and those tips. We have another question. How could we measure the level of makefulness through actions of people?
I would say, yeah. I would draw. This is not yet an online tool or something, but I would measure in the beginning and then after 3 months by asking people's motivations and actually building the steps like I showed you in the green map. Going through every element and asking how they are feeling now. Is there trust? Are there any trust issues? And then just, studying that tells quite a lot.
That is very correct. And then one last question. What is the biggest change you see in the work life?
It's got to be, if we think of now and then maybe the next 5 years, of course, a lot of people might need to change how they work or where they work or what they actually do. So it's partly the digitalization. Of course, we need to learn new skills, AI and all. But also another thing I actually already showed you is how to solve issues in your life and work. So thinking skills, creativity, analytical skills, all those. I think there's some sort of misunderstanding about creativity. We think that there's a story that some people are more creative than the others. It's all about practice. It's not about oh, I was born creative. It's all about practice. and doing that together, because creativity asks for psychological safety. If there are issues of psychological safety, then people can't be creative. So that's the big change. We need to start building these green maps I just showed you, and understand that to change, we must trust people and build safe havens for people to think better. That's it.
Fantastic, phenomenal. It's all about people at the end, right, Brando? It's all about stories and people. I love your session. Thank you so much. In Finland, they learned me that you could reply to everything with noni, but I will say you kiitos, as we say in Finnish, to say thank you, appreciate your session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we're all waiting. I've been personally waiting so much for this session, because now we have Justin and Ben talking about collaborate like never before, working remotely without feeling the remote with Microsoft Teams. Justin, Ben, you are rock stars. You are the best in the era. So stage is yours. I'm really looking forward to learn what you guys have to share.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gökhan. Hopefully you can hear me okay and see the slide presentation.
Yes, I can see you, I can hear you, and the slide, well, you guys look gorgeous.
Fantastic, thank you. So, well, good afternoon, EMEA, and welcome to our session, Collaborate Like Never Before. I'm Justin Short, I'm a digital workplace specialist and COO at Synergi. And Synergi is a cloud consultancy that we specialize in digital workplace, collaboration and automation solutions, and we're based out of the fine city of Newcastle upon Tyne in northeast England. We're a Valo premium partner, and we're very proud to have worked alongside the Valo team now for almost 5 years, implementing digital workplace solutions for customers right across the UK and helping them with change management and adoption of those solutions as well. And people ask me how it is working in lockdown with the family all around me. Well, I've had the privilege and pleasure of working alongside my son Ben as one of our senior digital workplace specialists now for 7 years at Synergi, and I'm very delighted that Ben's joining us on today's session.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Great. Thanks, Ben. So we're going to be taking this down to a very conversational sort of session today, thinking around the technologies, actually bringing in quite a few of the areas that Ilkka, Suzie, Al, Harri and Brando have talked about through their sessions this morning as well. And I think as Suzie highlighted in her session earlier on, there must be very few of us at ValoFest today who have really not been heavily impacted by this whole remote working over the past year. And in today's session, what we really want to do is start to think about really just what that means to our own collaboration and communication. And I guess in the first section of this, we're going to start by looking at how our daily lives have been influenced most heavily by remote working. Ben, I think if we had to sum up the past year in just a few words, then alongside pandemic, remote working would be pretty huge on that word cloud. And right the way across all of the companies that we're working with, certainly in organisations of all shapes and sizes, they've had to make some huge adjustments into remote working to make sure that their teams are able to collaborate effectively from wherever they are.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that we want to talk about today is what we've seen change in the last 12, 18 months and what we see lying ahead for the next 12 and 18 months, because I think even as we return to the office, it's clear that this remote working is not going to go away. Organizations are starting to look at having teams work either in a hybrid model or even recruiting outside of their immediate office spaces. So initially, I guess, should we have a look at some of the positives that we've seen from the last 12 months and how those changes have really impacted some of the businesses that we've worked with?
I think it would be a great place to start, because I was picking up a lot of the great points that Harri was making. And we know that Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, has been often quoted to say that we've witnessed all of these years of transformational change in just a few months, but the sudden switch to remote working has really driven a lot of our customers to implement collaboration tools in super fast time. And And they've done that, as we say, to really make sure that they can keep communicating, collaborating effectively. But we are seeing actually that over the year, we're recognizing quite a number of really positive benefits. We had some stats earlier that were looking at the reduction in times for commutes and traveling, and the time saving that was really impactful there. And that's true whether it's to and from work or to and from meetings. The meetings that we are having, although we're having a lot more in short timescales, we're seeing that they are, because of that, tending to be very focused and topic specific. And again, some of the points that have been touched on around the fact that we're seeing a lot more empathy. We're much more aware of employee well-being. We're looking at lots of different things, like the amount of time that we're looking at screens, how many meetings we're trying to run into a day, even things like lighting and posture that we have at our home working environments. All of those things are being taken into context. And so we're seeing that with lots of the customers that we're working with, lots of their employees, they have this need to work more flexibly and adjust their work patterns. And in some cases, yes, that's very much about changing their employers' expectations, but they're looking to create this work-life balance moving forwards, the hybrid working balance that will support not only them, but the organization. And I think employees are really grateful for this opportunity in many ways. That's a real positive benefit, and the whole level of empathy that they're feeling for their colleagues now that they've got this increased visibility. So there's definitely been a number of positives there, Ben.
Absolutely, and I guess just speaking of that hybrid model, traditionally where you'd move with some of these big organizational changes, we'd see a transition period as you slowly phase in. Given the scenario we found ourselves in and the world has found itself in over the last 12 months, we haven't really had the opportunity to have that transition. We've really just gone straight from A to B in a matter of a week for many businesses. And having now done this for 12 months, I think some people especially are starting to find it quite challenging with working remotely. So what have been really the challenges that have been highlighted over these last 12 months?
I think that's absolutely true, and inevitably, it's going to vary, I think, quite a bit depending on the type of organisation that you perhaps were prior to the pandemic and how geared up you maybe were to remote working. I know in our industry, as technologists, many of us were working remotely already, but we work with many customers who perhaps weren't in that position. I think one of the most common stresses that we're hearing is particularly around this whole area of social cohesion. The fact that what were referred to quite often as water cooler conversations, those few minutes of engagement that you got with colleagues to build and nurture those connections, it's actually very, very difficult for people to do that. I mean, personally, I've always traveled a lot in my role as a consultant over almost 30 years, and I've got to know an awful lot of my colleagues from the journeys that I've taken to and from meetings, and that's something that certainly I miss at the moment, the opportunity to spend that time. And collaboration is, even when we're in some of the online technologies that we can use today, it's still pretty difficult to optimize the way that we can collaborate on a lot of those meetings and calls, and particularly where we're looking for things like spontaneous input, catching a colleague, getting immediate support from our team. It's not always that easy, and losing all of these different threads of that social interaction is what's really leading people much more towards these feelings of isolation and remoteness that are reflecting themselves in some of the things that Harri was touching on, around the despondency in some ways that people are feeling towards the end of a working day, and that feeling of isolation. And the data is showing us that that's not just in particular countries. It's actually something that's happening right the way across the world. Japan, US, Australia and Europe have all reported these trends, and the increase in work hours, which has also been predominantly outside of 9 to 5 hours, is another big factor in that. So this lack of separation between people's work and home lives can be a real danger if it's causing burnout.
And I know I certainly miss being able to meet some of the Valo team in person. We've had some great events in the past, and hopefully we'll be able to return to some physical events in the future. So
absolutely. I don't miss being thrown in those ice pools, though. I haven't given them for that yet.
Yeah. So I think we can clearly see that there's been a huge number of benefits from this change to remote working, but there's also been a number of challenges as well. How do we balance those in the future, and how's that going to play out in over the medium term as we make this more of a permanent change for many businesses?
Yeah, I think we've got a fairly complex picture, in honesty, as we emerge out of the pandemic. I mean, with lots of different countries and regions experiencing now quite different rates of infection and vaccination levels. But I think it's evident from the reaction of organisations to date that we are very much more likely to move towards a much more balanced hybrid approach, as we've seen. We know from our own internal surveys that our staff have indicated a large majority would favour a direct 50-50 balance between the amount of time they're spending in the office with their colleagues and the amount of time that they're seeing the benefits of working remotely from home. And I think that's probably consistent with what other organisations are seeing going forwards. And so I guess what we'd like to do at this point, Ben, is really move the conversation perhaps more to talk a little bit about some of the technologies and how the technologies supported this shift to remote working and how that's going to look moving forwards.
Definitely, and I think, you know, you said earlier, if our word cloud for life has been pandemic and remote working for the last 12 months, I guess if we took that at a more technology level, we'd be seeing some big bold letters saying Zoom and Teams. It's been incredibly difficult to escape those applications over the last 12 months, and they themselves have obviously seen a huge growth. So how have those technologies really adapted to help us manage with the pandemic and continue to work?
Absolutely, and it's pretty hard to even really put into words just how significant the explosive growth of unified communication tools like Microsoft Teams and Zoom have been over the past year or so. I mean, in March 2020, Microsoft had announced that they'd reached 44 million daily active users, which was, you know, a phenomenal number to have got to in that timescale. But over the next couple of months, that rapidly flew past 75, and by early 2021, we're now well in excess of 115 million daily active users. You know, there's some really mind-blowing numbers. And I think the really interesting thing here is whether this explosive growth, whilst it clearly was triggered in direct response to the pandemic, is going to be sustained moving forwards to establish Teams and Microsoft as the real world leader in this unified communications marketplace. And I think to understand that a little better, we kind of need to think a bit more about what Teams has brought already and really what's been added and what's planned in the platform for this year and moving forwards.
Definitely, and I think so. If we take Microsoft Teams and we look at not just how it's made that happen, but also what it's meant for people, and not just employees, but also IT administrators that have had to suddenly manage this whole environment and ecosystem that previously, in many cases, may not have existed or been present.
Yeah, I mean, that community is one that obviously as consultancies we're working closely with, and I think if we think about the main areas in which Teams has had that impact, it's really related to bringing together, you know, people and content ever more seamlessly. You know, that's their ultimate goal. And internally, you know, we're looking at project teams and departments and that community level that was discussed about in Harri's session. You know, and it's really brought those abilities to have those group chats, meetings and calls and share presentations and documents and notes securely. I mean, all in those topic relevant channels. I mean, fantastic capabilities, but also at the higher level as companies, it has given us a wider platform for more organizational type updates. We've seen also, and we should acknowledge the impact that it's had on social and well-being too. I mean, individuals and small groups have had a whole load of coffee breaks and all sorts of informal catch-ups through the Teams platform.
Definitely, I know. Obviously, we were talking earlier there about the Valo events that we sorely missed, but also even internally with our own business. You know, we've had to respond to that by creating a social calendar and have our team events in Teams this year. You know, more late nights out in Newcastle at 4 a.m. We've had our virtual vinos and bingo evenings. So it's been really fascinating, I think, to see, not just with our business, but also the businesses that we've worked with, how they've really developed, not just to adapt to the work requirements, but also the social and friendliness as well, that interaction between colleagues.
Definitely, and I think also when we look sort of outside the organisation as well, Teams has brought things like live event capability that's enabled us to host promotional sessions and events exactly like the one that we're all joined into today. And When you add this into things like the sharing and collaboration and the content and files, the ability for us to be able to publish things like applications into tabs, the search capabilities, the fact that we can really easily combine all of this with screens, cameras, microphones to create that whole meeting room experience in our different spaces, whether they're at home or in the office. There are just so many different ways in which Teams has been a step change for IT and those that manage the technology in our organizations to take us on that journey.
Absolutely, and this must be then, now that they've got that technology to hand, if they previously weren't using it, that must be driving significant value for some of these businesses then.
Yeah, I mean, there was a major report published by Forrester in June last year that looked across many global organizations and recognized them saving many millions of dollars over just a short 3-year time period. And that points really to the trends that are really emerging in this whole work from home marketplace. Many of those were large organizations, but we're recognizing as a consultancy that there are really equally significant impacts for small, medium businesses powered by largely the simple design of Teams and the ease with which it can be adopted by companies globally.
Certainly, and I guess one of the concerns, though, that some IT managers may have raised is that although we're seeing some really, really exciting things happening, and the power of Teams is clearly absolutely massive, there's going to be, with that initial move over, there's going to be some real challenges with that from an administration point of view, though.
Yeah, and so I think this is absolutely what we've seen is that there was the initial response. And there's been an awful lot of benefits with that, but a lot of organizations are now looping back to really look more strategically at how that works. And I think, none more so than, I guess, how do we manage this whole environment now in terms of the wider governance, the security and the user experience that users are getting. I mean, Suzie talked a lot earlier on about that whole adoption piece, and I think there's some really great change management concepts that Al was talking to as well. And IT teams really have been challenged with how to realise all of these benefits that you and I have spoken about here today, whilst also really maintaining critical control and governance over teams. Who can create teams and channels, who can access those, managing how people from outside the organization can come in, and lots of other areas. And I think an equally large challenge here has definitely been the successful adoption and the change management behind Teams. Managing that whole social change, particularly we've seen that with organizations that perhaps rolled out Teams very quickly at the onset, whilst they may not have migrated fully already to the wider Microsoft 365 platform, or perhaps were very early on that curve. And so we've been helping lots of customers to develop some really great adoption programs to help create digital champions and other concepts that play a key role in helping to step up in their own areas and champion these new and innovative use cases, which has been really good. So with Teams having grown and developed so much in just a few years, and with the pandemic having massively accelerated this adoption, it probably feels for many of us as though absolutely everything that we're doing right now is happening in Teams.
Yeah, and I guess one of the questions that I would raise is Teams really giving us everything we need to actually communicate and collaborate with our colleagues, not necessarily our immediate colleagues, but especially also wider colleagues around the business. Obviously, Teams is really showing great value in being able to work together on day-to-day tasks. But in terms of that wider communication platform, is it really bringing us everything that we need?
Well, I think it's a really good question. I mean, clearly there's an awful lot that Teams is doing brilliantly for the audiences and personas across the companies that we work in, but there are lots of areas where we also need to think about when we're looking at optimizing our wider communication and collaboration solutions. There are definitely things that come into play here.
Absolutely. And one of the questions that I guess I get regularly asked when I sit down with customers is, well, we've got Microsoft Teams now. Do we need an intranet, or can we just use Teams for all of our collaboration?
Yeah, we do get asked that, and lots of customers absolutely are recognizing the value of being able to run things like organization-wide meetings and live events. But if we think about how we share a lot of our corporate communications, our key announcements, our alerts out to the organization, they're things that often need a much more graphical or branded experience even. And the Teams experience itself relies on us moving between different elements of the rail, and whether that's our activity feeds, our chats, our teams, and so on. And it's great for us to be able to navigate across an awful lot of different conversations and projects and contexts really quickly. But it does create quite a fragmented user journey where typically we don't get that kind of holistic graphical experience of a homepage that you might, for example, with an intranet. And lots of us are involved through work in community events, social activities, things like charity fundraisers, and they're the kind of things where those experiences are not only important in developing and building teams and company culture, but also are looking at bringing together a lot of social channels, a lot of social content into our experiences as well. And I guess overall, when we think about how we're communicating and collaborating on all of these types of areas on a much larger, wider scale with much wider audiences, we really need to think about the user engagement and our experiences much more carefully, because I guess whilst notifications and feeds do help us keep track of the activity that's going on in Teams, users do tend to find that posts can drop down that feed and maybe even get missed, and we certainly don't get the kind of targeted experience that we might get with a graphical news article, for example, on the intranet.
Yes, certainly, and that's always been my experience where we've or where businesses have tried to make that experience work in Teams. So I guess thinking about that, then there's clearly plenty of areas where an intranet really is a key part of that communication platform over and above what Microsoft Teams can deliver.
Yeah, I think that would very much be the case from our experience, and I think one of the real strengths of Teams as a platform is its ability to integrate with the other elements of 365 in the ecosystem. But there are lots of areas where the intranet experience really brings specific value, and many organizations really are looking to their intranet to reflect their culture through its tone of voice, its imagery, and things like its branding. And even if that's an internal brand, personalizing content to individual audiences, and these are things that are not that easily done through Teams. So in the final part of the session today, we then want to consider how we really start to build out an effective communication strategy around Teams that can take advantage of these ever-increasing capabilities and build out a bit of a wider vision for our workplace.
Definitely. So I know we've mentioned the Microsoft 365 ecosystem quite a lot in the last few slides, and what our vision for the digital workplace maybe looks like going forward. And that really relies on being able to harness quite a lot of different technologies across that ecosystem, but also other applications outside of the 365 platform. And is that really what we're ultimately looking to achieve with this?
Yeah, I think in many ways at the heart of this is this coming together of SharePoint and Teams to cover off the wider collaboration and communication elements that we've touched on here. I think we are in effect already starting to see this happen in quite a number of ways, not least of all with the announcements of Project Viva, that is spanning right across Teams, SharePoint and beyond in that ecosystem. And we think that this is indicative of the direction of travel that many similar apps and solutions could be taking going forwards on the 365 platform, with really strong integrations between the various components of the ecosystem coming together in a very subject-specific way.
Yeah, and I think we definitely recognise as well that this is more than just SharePoint as well. There's plenty of other applications within that 365 space that we can start to bring in and create that whole combined dashboard.
Definitely. I mean, as automation and app specialists, we, as you know, see this quite a bit across the Power Platform too. Combining the capabilities of the Graph API means that we can publish apps that span our intranet and our Teams experiences, as well as extending out into other areas like Project, Planner and Power BI.
Yeah, and I guess speaking to customers, one of the things they want to see more of, I suppose, is a lot of the work that they're doing now is in Microsoft Teams. A lot of the chats, the file sharing, it's all being done in Teams. And as you mentioned earlier with those tabs, a lot of the other systems, Power Apps, Power BI dashboards, third-party systems, they're coming into Teams as well. And one of the questions we get asked a lot is, well, can we look at bringing our intranet into Teams then and have that as our sole digital workplace environment?
Yeah, and I guess because we're spending so much of our work time now in Teams or potentially on mobile devices if we're field-based, it makes sense for these to be much more seamless, which I guess builds on what Suzie was saying in her session first thing. And so bringing more of the content like news articles or announcements directly into that experience and surfacing them with our most common apps and processes, that we can jump into from various stage points, whether that might be from the intranet homepage or via a point in Teams. And I think some of the other alignments that we're hearing from customers and users are that they really want to have more interactivity in their people landscape, some of the ability to look up, for example, people's contact records or search for expertise or understanding or knowledge across their organization more easily as well.
Definitely, and I think if we think to intranets and their typical document repositories, where you might have centralized documents for things like policies, procedures, employee handbooks, product data sheets, if you're a manufacturing company or something. So we're being able to actually search for those clearly and easily within Microsoft Teams is something that's going to be quite important for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing what really is, I guess, an entirely new generation of apps that are being designed and deployed that not only deliver their interfaces through Teams, but also they build things like dynamic cards and post them into channels or content that's being discussed or AI-powered capabilities that weave into that digital workplace experience. And so I think we're pretty close to time. So to wrap up our session today, when we're thinking about building out a strategy for our digital workplace, we obviously can't afford to ignore all of these great capabilities that Teams is bringing to the unified communications, but we really need to also consider this wider picture, particularly looking at how we bring in SharePoint, the key intranet content, our processes, as well as the wider 365 platform capabilities. Is that what we're saying?
Definitely, and I think while Teams is really enabling our remote users to work effectively, a lot of their experiences that drive real engagement and connection rely on having that bigger picture and being able to see sort of organizational news, the social events, and a lot of those things that don't necessarily fit into that Teams level. It's a wider communications platform that they're looking for.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Ben, thank you very much indeed for joining me on today's session. I think with that, we're going to say thank you very much indeed and hand back to the team at Valo.
Thank you so much, Justin, Ben. That was a tremendous session. I learned so much from you guys. And now it's actually time for Allison Maguire, which is going to present about beyond the technology enablement, how to shape a successful digital change program from the ground up, even if you already started. Oh my gosh, that is one of the longest titles I've ever seen in my life. But I'm really looking forward to listen how Allison can help us with the change program. Allison, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, hey, Allison, how are you?
Not working.
How is the stress of being the last of the day?
No worries. It looks though like perhaps my video is not working. You guys can see my background, but not me.
It looks like we only see the background and not the camera.
That is odd.
Maybe just, disable and enable again.
Okay. Fortunately, that did not work. Okay. Well, I can go ahead and share.
Yeah, maybe share the screen. Yeah, there we go.
And then maybe we might have to do without seeing my smiling face.
Okay, it's your time. It's your show. Up to 20 minutes. I'll be looking forward to listening to you. Good luck, Allison.
All right. I'm sorry you guys cannot see me, but I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to figure it out. But my name is Allison Maguire. I work for Human Change Limited, and I'm based in the UK, actually, little further south than Justin and Ben. And what I wanted to talk to you guys about today is thinking beyond the technology enablement piece and thinking about how you can shape your digital change program in a very human-centric way. And you can do it even no matter what stage of the process you're at. So you guys have had some really great sessions today, and a very common theme, I think, was talking about the move, precipitated by COVID to remote working. And now I think a lot of organizations are actually taking a step back and trying to plan kind of the return to work, or maybe possibly this more hybrid work environment that we've been talking about today as well. So COVID-19 really accelerated a lot of these decisions, and certainly a lot of investment has been made. And now is really the time for you to future-proof your business by making sure that you're maximizing this investment that most of us have already made. And actually, this research from KPMG was from 2017, I think. And in 2017, they were saying 80% of revenue growth will hinge on digital offerings by 2022. And you can imagine that was pre-COVID. So I would expect that number is probably already being realized. So really, our work has changed, right? Our digital workplace initiatives, which maybe we started before COVID. Some organizations certainly didn't start until they kind of had the dramatic burning need to support everybody working from home. So this kind of a change is more than just a technology change. It's really a human and organizational change, right? So for organizations that maybe have never considered the concept of working from home, this is a bit of baptism by fire, right? We have to do it, or we're going to be out of business, or we can't continue to work. And so perhaps you've invested in the technology and with great products, and the technology piece is very important, with great products and solutions like Valo offers. But have you considered fully how you're going to really get the full value from this change? And so what I want to talk to you guys about today is a flexible framework that can help you navigate the change and ensure that your digital workplace or intranet program, whatever the change is, that's facilitating, and maybe it's more than one technology initiative, but that's facilitating this move to remote or hybrid working, to make sure that that's really successful and you reap the benefit. So I'm going to talk you through a flexible framework. You really want this concept of a framework to be flexible, because we know that change is not necessarily linear. You can choose what you want to focus on based on your needs if you really know what they are, and where you are on your change journey. But what we suggest is that if you're not sure what your needs are, or you want to have a kind of broader look at what your needs are, an assessment can help you understand kind of the why. So where do I want to focus my efforts? So we suggest a cultural and an organizational assessment. So you want to assess to what degree the organizational structure and culture currently supports your change goals. Things like, how comfortable are employees? How comfortable are they, and how comfortable do they feel with the change? Like, how well do they understand what that change is, or how to make it successful? Are there gaps or obstacles that might get in the way of that success? And how can I identify key positive messaging to use and build upon? And maybe we'll talk a little bit later about some engagement kind of techniques and processes, and that key positive messaging would help you in your education and awareness campaigns. So those are just some examples, but the idea of a cultural and organizational assessment is really to understand kind of what are your strengths and where might there be opportunities where you could focus efforts around the change. And then a digital landscape assessment. So, this framework is sort of technology independent, but obviously technology here is the enabler. So assessing to what degree the technology landscape is actually ready to support the change. So many of you would have already done a digital landscape assessment probably when you major technology investment. But it's always good to think about, and we'll talk about how this framework is much like a cycle, right? So you can go back and reassess when you're a little further down your change journey. So it could be that, maybe you're making multiple investments, or maybe you need to evolve the way that you're currently working, especially when you start to think about your hybrid work environment. So things like video conferencing, bringing together your folks that are in the office and your folks that are still remote working. How are you going to support that? Is it going to be Teams? Is it going to be something else? You're going to use live events like we're doing today? What are the tools that you're going to use to facilitate that? Okay, and alignment is our next phase in the framework. And again, this isn't necessarily linear. I always think, and I'll show you guys the full framework at the end of the presentation, but I always think it's the assessment piece and kind of analyzing what your needs are lets you focus in. So you don't necessarily have to do all of these things. You're going to pick and choose, where maybe you've done some really concrete visioning. Maybe you've done some really good strategic planning, and maybe you need to focus more on coalition building. So alignment is really about defining your how. So your digital change initiative, in order to be successful, should really underpin your business objectives. So it's really vital to understand your vision and strategy for the change program. So where are you going? How are you going to get there? How are you going to measure success? And you want to make sure that your key stakeholders are engaged. And that's really important to kind of tie it all back together. So your vision is your long-term goal for change. Where do you want to go? What does success look like? How does it fit with your organizational vision, mission, and values? And then your strategic plan obviously is going to help you kind of map out how you're going to get there. What are your objectives? What are your short, medium, or long-term goals? Establishing key performance indicators to help, set a framework for evaluating what success looks like over time. And it's good to mention the time component, because whenever we're talking about this kind of a change, and this is really what we're all about at Human Change, we're talking about people, right? And people do not change overnight, right? It's not a matter of turning on Microsoft Teams or whatever enabling technology you have in place and you have instant success, right? So we have to bring them along, and we have to allow enough time for them to kind of embrace a change and mature in their realization, I guess, of what you're trying to achieve. So your strategic plan can really help frame that out. And then coalition building. So I got to listen into the last two sessions, at least part of them. And I loved the messaging, right? Because I heard messaging around, it's important to say engage leadership or any key stakeholders that are going to be impacted. And it's not just about informing them or even getting them to approve it or fund it in some cases, right? It's really about helping your key stakeholders to really understand the value, right? So they feel consulted, partnering with them. And sometimes they're critical to, especially with leadership, if you need to engage your executives, sometimes they're really critical in whether or not you're going to be successful, right? Because if we're talking about changing the way that people work, having that leadership, validation, buy-in, and potentially role modeling is really pivotal to success. So coalition building should be part of your alignment phase and really tied in with your strategic plan and vision. So the third part of our four-part framework is enablement. So how do we design a successful change initiative, right? How do we design for creating real value? So again, probably some messaging that has come up in other sessions. Governance is really important, especially now that a lot of organizations have invested in the technology, and they had to do so very rapidly in some cases. Sometimes governance isn't top of your list, right? When you feel like you have to move something forward very quickly. dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's and having the structure in place is not as important maybe as getting the systems turned on and getting everybody connected. So governance is often overlooked until it's needed. Sometimes then it's too late. So for sure now is the time, if you don't already have robust governance in place, to be ensuring that your governance practices and procedures are in place that can support your change initiative, especially as it matures over time. So governance is a great place to focus, and I would say most people probably need to focus there. Most organizations should be spending some time there. The second part of the enablement phase is employee experience. So we've put a lot of focus, historically on customer experience. And we have to remember that employees are the face of our business, right? So they're often the front line of interaction with our customers. So we should be focusing at least as much on employee experience as we do on customer experience. So employee experience is another good thing to be thinking about. The last one is key use cases. So this is something that you can do periodically. So I usually tell people pick maybe 5. It has to be a kind of reasonable amount that your kind of core change or project team can focus on. But you want to identify key business use cases that are strategic, whether that means that they're really tied to strategic business goals, or they're very visible, right? And focus some effort on fostering those key use cases. So what I mean by this is we're asking people to maybe work in a slightly different way. So if we're going to use Teams as the technology example, you're asking people who maybe would have met in a meeting room face-to-face previously, and hash things out, in an office setting. You're asking them to move into this kind of remote work setting. How do they do that? How can you help them facilitate exactly what they want to do? Not just here's functionally how you can use Microsoft Teams, but let me understand your business goals and let me advise you on how to be successful in leveraging the technology to meet your business use case. So I always say you should be evaluating this probably every 3 to 4 months, especially right now in the kind of accelerated change period that we're in with COVID and how rapidly the workplace is changing. Think about your key use cases. I'd say every 3 months, 3 to 4 months. Make sure that you've got the right 5 or 6 use cases that you're focusing on. And maybe you're doing a little extra hand-holding with these groups to help them be successful in leveraging the technology. And then you want to keep an eye out for use cases as they emerge as well, so that as you start to evaluate or move on, because it may be that you do provide that little extra support and that group is working confidently, seeing the success and value that they want, and you can move on to kind of your next key use case. So that is your enablement phase. And lastly, but certainly not least, is engagement. So how are we going to make it real for people? How are we going to make it last? How do we make sure that this change is sustainable? And so we break this into 3 kind of different elements of engagement. Awareness campaigns. So this is really communication and awareness creation. So in order for any digital change program to be successful, your employees have to have really broad awareness of and also understanding of the value of the change. So a little bit of that what's in it for me, or I like to say what's in it for us as an organization. So why should I care about this? And understanding what is actually changing and how it's going to help them get their job done. Employees should be fully engaged with the change and really understand the value that it brings to their workday. Education and training. This is often kind of goes hand in hand with awareness, but you want to make sure that you have an education program, and this is more than functional training. So often when we think about technology projects, we focus very strongly on how do I use the technology, right? What are the kind of functional steps, or in sometimes best practice for using the technology? But really you want to go beyond that, similar to like what we were talking about with the key use cases, that you want it to be able to support business processes, right? And for the employees to understand what is the behavior change that they need to make in order to be successful. And then lastly, champion networks. So, and this is especially important for large organizations, or I would say medium to large size organizations, anywhere where you're trying to get things to scale. But champion networks, or identifying a few champions, can be really impactful with organizations of any size. So really, if you want to embed that change, if you want to make sure that it's successful, you can kind of engage these champions, ambassadors, whatever you want to call them, and they can really act as your boots on the ground to help encourage others. So they could have additional functional expertise in the technology solutions. They could understand and maybe be able to advise on best practice of how to leverage the technology. They can be doing awareness campaigns themselves, so taking and presenting into team meetings, for instance, stand-ups. So champions really can have a very multifaceted role, and then they play a really important role in ongoing adoption. So this is the Human Digital Change Framework we've put together. These are the 4 different elements that I talked through. And I think it's important to note that having a flexible framework like this, I mean, framework as a term really means that this is something that can be adapted to your needs. And it really needs to be able to match you based on your business needs and where you are on kind of your change journey. And it can also adapt over time. So it is a bit of a cycle, but you don't necessarily have to start at assessment and end at engagement, right? Engagement is ongoing. You might want to do assessment periodically. You might want to focus in on certain elements and not others, and then go back to other elements later as you change, as you mature in your change journey. So to this end, really viewing it as a cycle that can continue to guide you through the change journey, and potentially as new changes or new business needs are identified and introduced. And so that is it for my framework for change. And I again apologize that you guys cannot see me, but are there any questions that I can field?
Yes, there are a couple of questions. Let's see if we have time to take at least one of them. So the first question is that you mentioned that most of the companies need to concentrate on governance. What would be a simple sample of where companies fail in Teams governance?
So what I've seen, I always tell people you have to have either front end or back end governance, and usually I think it's actually good to have a blend of both, right? So I think Justin and Ben had mentioned if you let anybody spin up a team, with no front end governance, no sort of requirements, then how do you make sure that teams aren't orphaned, right? That you continue to have ownership, that you don't have a lot of dead teams out there, because it's not very engaging, right? If I go onto Teams and I see a lot of teams that really aren't being used, who's going to own it? You really need to have clear ownership. And this is something that's not specifically called out in the framework, but really falls under a kind of a community management type of practice, right? So for sure, you should have clear ownership. You probably should have a primary and a backup owner. The back-end governance piece, right? So if you have lighter front-end governance, be prepared to do more back-end governance, which means maybe you're going to do some audits every 6 months to make sure that you're identifying if there are any kind of orphan teams out there. Do you have an archival process that's been defined? And another piece on the front-end governance is how do you avoid duplication, right? So that you don't have multiple teams being spun up for the same purpose, or purposes that really aren't distinct enough to warrant a separate team being created.
Right. And then one final question. We have still a couple of minutes. We have a champions network, but we struggle to get it off the ground. Many of them turn to us for the latest info on upcoming changes, but they rarely carry that into the organization. We are a small team driving the digital workplace transformation. Any experience with motivating our champions more?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say don't be afraid to leverage the technology to connect with your champions. So maybe you, if you're using Teams, maybe you have a team space where you're be able to asynchronously engage with your champions. I think it's great to have regular meetings that maybe are optional, but that you offer something to them to draw them in, right? So maybe additional training, give them some recognition, invite your champions to share success stories, what's working, or challenges, what's not working for them. So maybe they can guest present at a meeting. And then I would say if your champions aren't really engaged, you probably want to look at if you've got the right people, right? So often when we have a technology project and we need to identify or kind of tap people to be a champion, for launch, we might do it based on who we have access to, right? Which is fine for kind of a technology launch. But ongoing, you really want to get the people that are really engaged and that are excited and that get it. So identifying who those folks are. So having the channel or the place to be able to identify the most engaged champions is always good. And then you might have to evaluate if you have the right people, because it's actually better to have fewer really engaged champions than to have a really broad group of people who are, not terribly engaged and maybe not being very effective. Any other questions?
I think that was about it. So I can then shift into Gökhan. Thank you so much, Allison.
Right on time too. Thanks.
That was fantastic. Allison, if I have to say one thing, I really loved your human digital change framework. Honestly, that single slide that shows everything. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I hope to see you again in the ValoFest. Okay, so that being said, we're all done. ValoFest EMEA is done, but hey, we still have the North American region to cover, so that's in a couple of hours. So if you still want to have some knowledge and want to learn about ValoFest and all the Microsoft ecosystem, you're all welcome to the NA business. I will be there as well. We will have other speakers from the NA region, so you're all invited and all happy to come. Before closing and saying thank you, Kitos and Mercy, we had some terrific people in the backstage working for us. We had Nora, which is a partner manager in EMEA. She was taking care of the questions. She was replying in the Q&A. Maybe Nora, you can enable your camera and come on stage and say a few words before closing this second edition of ValoFest EMEA.
Yeah, I think you should see me now. So I really want to, from all of my heart, thank you for taking part into this session. And as Justin also said in their session, that we also very much miss you meeting in person. But I really had a good kind of community vibes today. So I'm really, really looking forward to meeting you in person and meeting you in online very soon.
Phenomenal. And lastly, we had also Henrik, which was the producer of this live event. He played with screens, sounds, videos, bringing people on stage, sharing screens. He had a lot to do. Henrik, maybe you want to also enable your camera and say a few words before handing to Tina.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gökhan. So yeah, it was a great pleasure. It's really great to see that we've got so many great, fantastic speakers and a lot of engagement from the audience as well. So thank you, everybody who was able to take the time during a busy day to join our sessions. And I really hope that you got enjoyment and valuable additional information from these sessions.
That's great. And I know that Tina already is working on the swag and the winner on social media. So if you still haven't posted a picture or a knowledge or a slide on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn with the hashtag ValoFest, now it's your time, because Tina will choose a winner as soon as possible. Again, thank you, Kitos, merci, teşekkürler, grazie mille in any language. Thanks for joining, and let's hope to see you in ValoFest 2022 next year. Cheers and bye-bye.